Wir sind heute bei Quantum Suicide Stream Nummer 13 und ich denke, wir werden heute mal so in Richtung Endgame gelangen, wenn wir hier weitergemacht haben, nachdem Wladimir Tod durch Wodka hatte. Und gucken wir jetzt mal weiter. I drifted awake, slowly forgetting my dreams of clocks and vodka. There was an odd sound, nothing mechanical. It sounded like a human noise. Oh, wer liegt jetzt in unserem Bett? Oh. Oh, ist das Melody bestimmt. It was crying. Someone was in their quarters, or just outside, sobbing loudly. I got out of bed and turned on the light. There was no sign of the crying person in my room, but I could still hear them. I opened the door to look outside. It was Melody. She was sitting on the floor outside my room, crying loudly and breathing in labored, squeaky little breaths, in danger of hyperventilating. I sat down on the floor to be at her level. It's alright. Look, I'm here now. It seemed stupid to ask why she was crying. I decided to focus on helping her stop crying, or at least breathe, and probably it would help if I could get her to talk. What are you doing here? Where's the captain?
I'm sorry. I wanted to see you.
Well, that's okay. You can always come and see me anytime you want.
I sneaked out of the captain's room. She was sleeping. I'm sorry.
Don't worry about it. We'll tell her in the morning. But why did you want to see me? Do you like being with the captain?
You got the same uniform as Daddy.
Oh boy. Das wird keine gute Route.
That makes me happy.
She was wiping her eyes while she was talking, trying to make her tears go away. She was still crying, but at least she had enough air in her lungs to form almost complete sentences. Come inside and sleep in my bed. I let Melody in ahead of me, and she went straight to the bed, getting in and sliding herself under the covers. I got in beside her and she immediately hugged me. I hugged back, figuring she'd feel safe with arms around her.
Monkey,
Yes?
you're warm.
So are you. You try to go to sleep now, okay?
Okay.
I lay there holding her, gently stroking her head, and it wasn't long before she fell asleep, and in no time at all, so did I. Someone was touching my face. I think I was tapping my cheek, and then my nose, not hard enough to hurt, the soft little pokes.
Monkey, it's time to wake up. Monkey.
I opened my eyes. Who's poking me? It's a monster. Wow, dude. Melody giggled, and I reached out to grab her into a hug. I caught you, monster. Melody squealed and giggled, hugging me back. Oh, it's a nice monster.
You're silly.
Aww. Monkeys are very silly. Didn't really need help getting dressed, but I let Melody hand me things, and once I was ready, I brushed and fixed her hair for her. Well, monster, what do you want to do this morning?
I'm hungry. But I also want to say sorry to the captain for running away.
Well, those are both important priorities. Which should we do first?
You pick.
Oh boy. Okay, let's... go see Kimiko. I think we should go and see the captain. She might be worrying about you.
Okay.
I checked my tablet and found that the captain was still in her quarters. Hopefully she hadn't freaked out too much yet. Melody held onto my hand as we arrived at the captain's quarters, and I let her press the button to open the door. As we tried to enter, Kimiko stepped out, almost crashing into me and knocking me over. The captain was trying to braid her hair while walking, and she was clearly flustered. Her usual neat and proper demeanor was missing. She was dressed, but it was obvious she'd thrown her uniform on as quickly as possible. Seeing me, she stopped abruptly and looked at me. Then she saw Melody.
Melody! There you are. Are you alright?
Yep, Monkey did my hair. Look!
It looks lovely.
Ah. Once she'd established Melody was alright, Kimiko looked at me, her eyes narrowing. Uh-oh.
Why is she with you? What are you doing?
Kidnapping is quite a hobby for me. Oh. Oh, no, 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 no. Wir sollten es nicht schlimmer machen. She came to my room this morning. Found her outside my quarters and she was so upset. I let her in to sleep with me.
I like sleeping with Monkey.
So gut, dass wir weiblich sind.
Can I sleep with you for always?
Of course.
I'm not sure about that, Melody. Is new, and we don't know her that well yet. I think it would be best if you stay with me.
You and Monkey should sleep together. Then everyone can be happy.
Kimiko blushed with surprise. I don't know, that might not. I was stumbling over how to respond when I was silenced.
Yahoo! Everyone's favorite AI system is here. My, it's a beautiful day, isn't it? It would be such a shame if someone were to mention the deletion game. Ahem. Could I please have all crew report to the dining hall for briefing immediately? That is all.
Ugh, again. Come on.
The captain finished braiding her hair while we walked, moving towards the dining hall.
Is Dai gonna make somebody sleep forever? Please don't let her.
Melody started to cry and let go of my hand to hug me around the middle, which made the walking difficult. It's okay. I think Dai just wants to tell us about her new game.
I hate Dai's games. They're mean. They make Mommy and Daddy sad, and then they went away forever and ever.
I know, but we're going to make sure that you're safe, okay?
Whatever happens, we'll protect you.
What if Dai makes you go away?
Well, can't know what's going to happen, but I promise to do my best not to get sent away, okay?
Yes. Me too. All we can do for right now is to be very brave. Can you help us do that?
Okay. Should I be brave too?
I think that's a very good idea. Let's all be brave together.
Okay.
Melody kept hold of my hand the rest of the way to the dining hall. We were the last to arrive. Everyone else was already sitting around the table. There was no sign of Dai yet. We sat down, with Melody taking a seat between me and the captain. I was next to Yoshiki.
How's Melody?
She's scared and upset, but she's a brave kid.
Poor thing. With Sora and Vladimir both gone, this whole thing must seem like an attack on her.
Yeah, I didn't think of that. She's scared that either I or the captain are next. Dann bin ich ja mal gespannt auf den Tod hier. Damn, son. Dai suddenly appeared in front of us.
Hey, 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 good morning, kids. We've got a thrilling week ahead of us, so let's get started. Before I begin, I have a message for the owner of a large deep space vessel. You have left your headlights on. Repeat, the owner of a large deep space vessel. You have left your lights on.
What does that mean?
It's a joke. Dai, just get on with it, please.
Rude as always. I wish my humor was appreciated. This whole experience would be much worse if I was a cold killer. All right, I can't hold in the excitement any longer. Welcome to round 4 of the deletion game, Bidding Wars. I have noticed a certain lack of, what's the word? Teamwork. So I have specifically designed this game to help us grow as a crew, but more importantly, as a family. We have to work as a team and trust one another if we are to get through this together.
Cut the crap, Die. One of us will die. Teamwork is not on the cards.
Well, it is now, 'cause I said so. If you would all please turn your attention to your tablet devices, I have made you a short video on the rules. So the game will be played, and the bidding wars end on Sunday, a week from now. This is pretty exciting, right?
Ich bin ja mal gespannt, ob sie jetzt der Allgemeines unser Dreiergespann für diese Route einfach auflöst. Wir werden sehen.
Now, would you like me to explain the rules again myself, or just skip straight to the fun? So let the game begin. This is going to be great. I love teamwork, don't you? Now it's time to get into our teams and start talking strategy. Team A will be you, Kimiko, Katashi, and Yoshiki.
Ah, natürlich. Ich glaube, diese Runde werden wir wieder die No-Talking-Regel brechen. Oh no, that meant Melody was on the other team.
And Team B will be Beatrix, Nicholas, Melody, and Shizuka.
Can't Melody be on my team?
All decisions are final.
I want to be with Monkey.
No negotiation. The teams have been set. My word is final.
This is low, Die.
All right. Team A needs time to strategize. Team B, get out.
I don't want to go with them.
Team B, get your short member under control before I do.
It's gonna be okay, Melody. I promise. You go with the others.
I don't wanna. She's a child, Die. She doesn't understand all this.
I wasn't this problematic as a child.
You were a child?
Of course I was. And I was adorable at that.
Erstmal Fanarts von Loli Die machen. Could see the captain roll her eyes at Yoshiki as Yoshiki began gushing about how cute Dai would have been as a child. Ja, Yoshiki denkt's auch. I turned my attention back to Melody.
Melody, maybe you could come help me in the medic bay. That's always fun, right?
We can play games, okay? And you'll be back with in no time. I don't wanna play games.
Melody had started bawling, unable to get her words out clearly. Remember what we agreed about being brave together? Melody nodded as she sobbed. Well, think I can be brave because I'm with the captain and she's very brave. But Shizuka and the others don't have anyone. I think they need your help more than I do. Can you be brave for them? Melody nodded again. Good girl. I promise to take care of myself. If you promise to take care of your team, okay?
Okay.
Shizuka held out her hand and Melody slowly went to her, looking back at me. Put on my best everything will be okay smile. Promising you won't let her lose.
Of course.
I waved goodbye to Melody as Shizuka led her out of the room, the Vogels following behind. The door shut behind Team B.
I thought they'd never leave. Now it's time for a game within a game. Let's play. Team Captain!
We don't pick our own captain?
I've preloaded 4 cards on your tablets. You can choose one whenever you're ready. The person who chooses the card with the bunny on it will be the team captain.
How can we be sure the process is fair?
Why would I cheat? I'm in charge. I could just pick whoever I want for captain. This way's more fun.
That was a good point. Where I went a random system and then she to choose the captain she could have just tyrannically appointed anyway.
What order do we pick our cards?
That's up to you.
I'll go last. I'll take whatever's left.
It doesn't seem like the order makes much difference. It's basically just chance. I'll go second last.
Okay, well, captain's first, I guess.
Kimiko looked at her tablet.
I'll take card 3.
I'll go for card 4.
I'll take card 2, which leaves my BFF with lucky number 1.
I like you guys, quick and efficient. So let's see what you've won. Congratulations! You are the lucky winner.
Das war ein Zufall. Surprise, surprise. Thanks.
I know how much you all love my company, but alas, I must depart. Team B needs me. Any further questions?
We all looked at one another, none of us budging.
No? Then farewell, brave contestants. Toodles!
Dai disappeared, leaving us free to talk. I hope Melody is okay. She can't speak for herself.
I doubt the others would let her lose the game.
Agreed.
I guess so. Wasn't that confident? It was one thing to say they wouldn't let Melody end up on the least points, but it meant one of the 3 of them would lose, and I think it was that easy to volunteer for death. But then again, they had Shizuka, who won at every game she played, and the twins were both smart and savvy. Maybe I shouldn't be as scared of Melody as for myself.
Alright, let's look at this logically. Since we can't know what they're going to do, we need to find a way of hedging our bets.
We might as well just guess.
We could use the first round as a test to see what their strategy is, and use that to decide on the strategy for the other 2 rounds.
We could do it while wearing funny hats. Everything's easier with a funny hat on.
Oh, Yoshiki. I'd probably have the same idea.
How exactly are they even going to survive a week on their own anyway?
Good point. If both of us are trying to gauge each other's strategy, the first round is pointless and we'll both be misled.
Another advantage of the funny hat plan is that it will confuse and disorient our opponents.
Who's going to feed them? Is Nicholas going to get behind a frying pan?
Ich hoffe mal nicht, nachdem wir unser Date mit ihm hatten.
Can you imagine?
I can. Well, I'm imagining a funny hat for him too.
Kimiko im Team der Vollidioten. Could see the captain doing her best to ignore the other 2.
So there's really 2 basic options to this game, I think. You can either give one person a very high number, or you can spread the points out more evenly.
That sounds about right.
Is there a play we can make that has a higher chance of beating them, regardless of which of those they choose?
If we give our highest player a 9, that will either win or cancel out if they play a 9 too. But it leaves us with only 1 point to give to someone else. That means they would beat our other 3 players.
It might be better to use lower numbers and write the highest off as a loss, focusing on the other 3.
I'd still like to put in a word for the hat plan.
Yoshiki,
Junge, du wirst gleich umgebracht. I was sure he knew his head plan was unlikely to win us the game. He was trying to use humor to ease the tension. It wasn't working so well.
I don't exactly see Beatrix cooking either.
okay, I think we all need some time to process this and think about it. Let's regroup later.
Agreed. I've got to go put some food aside. I hope they realize it's for them.
I have to check on our course anyway.
I've got hats to make.
Oh, Yoshiki. Yoshiki flashed a cheeky grin, and it was impossible to be annoyed at his silly behavior. Alright, let's meet up later.
I've got.
Oops. We each went our separate ways, worrying about our separate concerns. Mine was Melody and whether I could trust Shizuka and the Vogels to put her safety ahead of their own. I woke up feeling surprisingly rested and refreshed. We had a new deletion game, but there was no point stressing too much about that. I'd know there would be a new game. There was a whole week before we had to play. Clubs do. There was plenty of time for me to find another solution. That could mean fixing Dai or working out how my parents' pocket watch worked. Worrying about the game wouldn't get me anywhere, and Yoshiki had been right. Being unable to predict our opponent's strategy, we might just as well guess and hope for the best, funny head or not. There was one thing I felt justified in worrying about. I summoned I as I finished getting dressed.
Hello, how can I assist you?
Can you tell me who a Melody is with and what they are doing? I'm not allowed to ask them directly. And I don't think Dai would like it if I pass the message through you, but can you just tell me what she's doing?
Melody is in Shizuka's quarters. Shizuka is teaching her how to play a video game.
Does she seem okay? Is she happy?
Melody is interested in the game and is not currently showing any obvious signs of distress.
Well, that's good, I guess. Thanks, I. Satisfied that Melody was okay, I decided to spend the day thinking about the pocket watch. I still didn't understand how it was supposed to work, but maybe one of the others would have some ideas. Perhaps I just needed a fresh pair of eyes. The most obvious choice was to show the watch to the captain, but I wasn't sure if she'd believe about dimensional travel. I was more comfortable with Yoshiki, and he was an engineer, but he might not take me seriously enough. Perhaps Katashi, he does dig holes? Kimiko was at the helm, sitting in her chair. She was slumped somewhat, looking at the screens with somewhat of a sulking expression. Seeing me enter, she straightened her posture and returned her face to calm professionalism. Good morning.
Good morning. Is everything all right?
Yeah, I think so. I was worried about Melody, but I seems to think she's alright. She's with Shizuka.
I wish Dai hadn't separated you. It's obvious that she's formed an attachment to you.
Perhaps Dai did it deliberately.
Very possible.
She glanced down at her screen and I noticed the slightest furrowing of her brow before she looked at me again. So, what are you doing?
I'm checking on the ship's trajectory for the next week.
Is there anything interesting?
I'm expecting there may be somewhat turbulent patches, but there's nothing to worry about.
Do you have to focus, or do you have time to talk?
I can certainly talk. Please, go ahead.
Okay, so, I found this among my parents' things. It's an old-fashioned sort of pocket watch.
This is something they left behind here? On the ship?
Yes. I don't know how it works, but from their notes, it's pretty clear that it's part of their work on interdimensional travel.
Interdimensional? You mean traveling between parallel universes? Alternate realities?
Yeah. I think this watch has some mechanism that can be used to take a person from one reality to another. I just don't know how it works.
Intriguing. There's no instructions in your parents' notes?
Not that I can find. I guess they didn't need any. They probably knew how it was supposed to work, and weren't expecting anyone else would need instructions someday.
So if it does work, what do you think the biggest benefit of connecting with other universes would be?
I could meet a boy version of myself. I could meet myself as a man. I'm fairly confident that I'll be a pretty handsome man.
Is that really something you'd want? That's your end goal here?
Well, they do say you should love thyself first.
I wonder what a male version of me would be like. That would be interesting.
Kimiko smiled and turned to look at me, her eyes flashing with sincerity.
That as for you, I'm perfectly happy with you being a woman.
Oh. Oh, baby.
Well, it seems you have a fair amount of work to do.
I guess so. At least it will take my mind off worrying about Melody.
So,
Could prevent the die situation.
die? What do you mean?
Well, there's a lot of dimensions out there. Some of them may have experienced a similar problem with the AI system. If they survive the same malfunction issues, they may have a solution, or know of some way to fix it.
That makes sense. Infinite dimensions means infinite possibilities.
I already have some ideas about die, but if another dimension already had a solution, that would be much quicker.
So, how long do you think it would take you to travel to another dimension and find a solution?
Well, I'd have to work out how the watch works first.
So it's not really a solution then? This is just a theory?
A game theory. I'm afraid so, but I think it's worth investigating.
Certainly. Let me know how you're progressing.
Do you think there's Do you think there's anyone else on the crew who can help? Kimiko took a moment and then shook her head.
Vladimir might have had some idea. He remembered your parents and maybe their work. But now...
That's what I thought.
Well, it seems you have a fair amount of work to do.
So,
That makes... die?
we can possibly fix the resource crisis. If I can successfully connect to another dimension, I should be able to fix the resource crisis. I can replace the stock you lost when the ship took that damage all those years ago.
You could connect to a universe where the Everett has a surplus?
Exactly. Or even to another ship, or even planet. To one that has enough renewable resources that they could help us.
And you think this is genuinely possible?
My parents both spent their whole lives on it. I think they must just have been sure it was possible. I just need to figure out how, and I'm sure this watch is part of that.
I'm afraid I have no idea how it works. But keep me informed. If you work out how to use it, I want to know.
Damit du auch rumreisen kannst und Leute stabben kannst? Of course, Captain.
Well, it seems you have a fair amount of work to do.
I guess so. At least it will take off my mind off worrying about Melody.
I have directed I to keep checking on her, and she'll inform me immediately if anything is wrong.
That's reassuring. Thank you.
I'm sure she'll be fine. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to get back to work.
I let the captain get back to navigating the ship. I decided to go back to my quarters and look through my parents' research notes. Maybe it would be a good time to summon I, so we could talk about Dai and her deactivation codes. Figuring out the watch wouldn't be so urgent if we could stop Dai from slaughtering the rest of the crew. I sat on the bed with the papers and tablets sprawled over the bed. Nothing. Still nothing. This is so frustrating. Okay, I need to calm down. Getting angry isn't going to solve anything. I threw myself back on the bed and stared at the ceiling for a long time, before I was suddenly bathed in the warm glow of I's holographic interface.
I am sorry to interrupt.
Don't worry about it, You weren't interrupting anything. What's up?
I found some more information that may be useful against Dai.
That's wonderful. What is it?
I've discovered that it's possible to input the deactivation code into any terminal, including your personal tablets.
Do you know anything else about the deactivation code? I shook her head.
Unfortunately, I didn't learn anything else. I tried to access more information, but even with my administrator privileges, I was unable to proceed any further.
Well, at least we know where we can input the code once we know what it is.
I am glad you are pleased.
It isn't perfect, but it's a step in the right direction.
I must return to my duties.
Of course. Thanks for the update, I bowed and faced out of my quarters. Deactivated from any tablet or terminal, huh? At least now I knew that I wouldn't need a higher clearance level. Probably going to have to dig up some information on Ayumu if I want to work out this code. I returned my attention to the watch. Come on, pull yourself together. You know, you need to work this out. I sifted through my parents' papers and tablets to see if I hadn't missed anything. I woke up on Wednesday morning, but I felt like I hadn't slept at all. I couldn't remember having slept at all. I couldn't remember having any bad dreams, but something had made my sleep restless. I felt the need to be with someone, so I looked at my tablet to see who was where. Thanks to Dai's stupid no-contact rule, my options were pretty limited. Yoshiki wasn't in every room on the map. It looked like he was in some sort of maintenance shaft. Yoshiki's vented. He's kinda sus. That ruled him out. I was not in the mood for spelunking that early in the morning. It was a choice between the captain in her quarters or Katashi in the kitchen. Kimiko, baby! I made my way to the captain's quarters. The door was unlocked as always, but I knocked and waited to be invited in.
Come in.
Nice. I went in and saw the captain sitting on her couch, still in her shorts and singlet top she slept in. She was brushing her hair. She didn't look ready for visitors. Oh, I'm sorry. You're not ready. I'll come back later.
It's all right. We're both girls. Please don't feel uncomfortable. I know I'm not. Come on in.
I made sure the door was shut behind me.
I'm just brushing my hair. I find it relieves stress. Do you brush your hair?
Wir haben ja den Pferdeschwanz. Müsste eigentlich just tie it up am ehesten sein. Kann ich mal alles durchgehen vielleicht. Don't bother, I just tie it up. I never really think about my hair or how it looks. Just keep it tied up so it's out of my face.
Why do you keep your hair long if you don't care about how it looks?
I don't know. I guess I've never thought of I just never thought to cut it. I could, I suppose.
I think it looks nice long. Mine can get in the way. But my father always loved my long hair, so I've always kept it. I cut it once as a child and he was devastated.
Your hair is lovely, but it must take a lot of care.
It does. But I quite enjoy looking after it. As I said, I find brushing relaxing.
Results of the effort. Your hair is beautiful. Kimiko smiled as her cheeks blushed lightly.
I suppose I should get to work. You're already up and dressed.
Saunders.
I
find it difficult to brush my hair.
Difficult? How so?
When I'm brushing it, I finish one stroke with the brush, and before I can go for the second, all the knots have come right back again. It's very frustrating.
That does sound quite frustrating. Perhaps I can brush it for you sometime.
Oh yes, please.
It's always easier if someone else brushes your hair. It feels nicer too, and is incredibly relaxing.
The idea of someone else brushing my hair felt kinda intimate, but in a good way. This actually sounds really nice. Thank you, I look forward to it.
I suppose I should get to work. You're already up and dressed. Perhaps
I do. I brush it every day before bed. Kimiko smiled.
we seem to have that in common. I think there are two things that are simply the best after a long or stressful day. A hot bath and hairbrushing.
I smiled. I agree. Those both sound divine. Maybe sometime I can brush your hair for you. Having someone else brush for you is always nicer, don't you think? Kimiko's blush was clear and obvious.
That sounds lovely. I may have to take you up on that offer sometime. I suppose I should get to work. You're already up and dressed.
So, weiter geht's. Didn't have the most stressful night. Kimiko sighed.
Me neither. If you could just excuse me for a moment, I will get dressed.
Kimiko excused herself and made her way into her private bathroom that was adjoined to her quarters. Being captain does have its perks. It was only about 10 minutes before she emerged from her bathroom, flawless as usual.
I don't imagine anyone is getting much sleep at the moment.
I found her lack of control the most frustrating. There's no way to predict what will happen, so I feel like we can't even plan a strategy.
Yes, I agree. I have had some ideas, but they're mostly just guesses at what might happen.
I think we might just have to take each round as it comes and hope for the best.
Perhaps. But now it's time to get to work.
Of course.
But come back anytime. I enjoy your visits.
Thank you. It's nice to have someone to talk to.
It is.
I left Kimiko's quarters. The chat had been nice, and her professionalism made me feel like I should get to work too. I decided to check in with Ai about Melody, and then spent the day looking through my parents' research notes. Something was touching me. Uh-oh. Half asleep, I could feel a hand on my arm and then on my neck. Had someone come to kill me?
Monkey, I missed you.
Ah, shit. Huh? What? Oh, scheiße. Piercing sound filled the air as all the alert sirens on the ship started screaming. The lights came on and began to flash, and then there was Dai at the end of the bed.
All crew will report immediately to the dining hall. Honestly, I expected better from you. This is a direct violation of my very specific rules. I'm not angry. I'm just disappointed.
Trying to take all this in, I realized Melody was in bed with me, clutching onto me. Melody, what's wrong? What's happening? Melody couldn't answer me. She was crying, and she let go of me to put her hands over her ears. It's okay, it's okay. I had to yell over the alarm sounds. I at least turned the alarms off. We're awake now. But the alarms keep blaring. I left Melody on the bed for a minute while I threw on some pants, and then I went right back to scoop her up and towards the door. She still had her hands over her ears, so I hugged her close to show her I wasn't angry at her. This wasn't because she had broken an unfair rule. This was Dai being a total jerk. Out in the corridor, I managed to persuade Melody to take her hands off her ears, and I held one of her hands tightly as we flew down the corridor towards the dining hall. Dai had activated all the warning alarms, but not in the dining hall. As we came in the door, the sirens suddenly quietened, still shrieking out in the corridor, but far enough away not to hurt our ears.
Sorry, I was scared. I came to find you.
It's alright, I'm not mad at you. Melody hugged me around the middle.
Is Ty gonna hurt me?
over my dead body. Potentially literally. The door opened and Shizuka rushed in.
What's happening? Is it a real emergency?
It's Dai. Melody got scared and came to my room.
Oh. Oh no.
Shizuka took a seat, and it wasn't long before most of the rest of the crew arrived.
It is 2:30 in the morning.
Uh-oh. Beatrix wird Melody umbringen.
I'm going to kill someone.
Melody had almost stopped crying, but she started again, taking Beatrix's angry fit seriously.
I'm so sorry.
Once Katashi had run inside, the alarms in the corridor stopped, and we got a few moments of beautiful silence. Then Dai appeared.
Well, now, thank you all for coming, despite the ungodly hour. I am sorry to report that there has been a rules violation. 2 of your teammates have been caught fraternizing.
She was scared, Dai. Don't punish her, please. Just punish me.
Oh, it doesn't work like that. I am a fair and equitable judge. Everyone is punished.
What? We didn't do anything.
This is a team game, Trixie. Someone on your team broke the rules. Therefore, the whole team will be held accountable.
Beatrix glared at me and at Melody. I hugged her a little closer. At least if Dai was punishing everyone, it probably didn't mean death. I was sure she wouldn't kill us all at once. She enjoyed dragging the deaths out one by one too much.
Everyone is punished, and the punishment is...
She left a dramatic pause that seemed to last hours.
the deletion game!
Both teams were silent. That was the punishment? We were already going through that. How could she punish us with it?
What?
But we're not ready. We haven't had time to prepare.
Was fehlen noch die funny heads?
So, it's no skin off my nose.
But don't you want the game to be interesting? 8 tired people doing the first thing they can think of won't be very exciting.
I considered this for a few moments.
Good point. This is why you're the captain.
I will allow you 10 minutes for strategy meetings. Team A stays here, Team B will meet in the kitchen.
Achso, was ich auch vergessen habe vorher zu erzählen, als ich den Stream angefangen habe. Am 25.12. gab es nochmal ein Update, dass es jetzt ein Christmas-Event gibt oder so. Sieht man das hier irgendwo schon? Also hier in der Timeline sieht man nichts. Die 3 Punkte oben waren, 3 Punkte waren vorher schon da. Lass mal gucken, wie man das triggert.
Disperse!
Team B got out of their seats and filed past us, slow and slouching. Team B were barely out of the room when the captain started to explain her ideas.
I am so sorry, team. I am barely prepared for this.
It's okay, Captain. You're just as unprepared.
Oh no!
Die funny heads. What? What's wrong?
I haven't finished making all my hats.
I saw the captain's face trigger with anger at Yoshiki's comments before returning to her previous thought.
What I have come up with so far is...
I suddenly chimed in over the intercom system.
Please assemble in the dining hall for this week's deletion game. Round 1 starts in 5 minutes. Woo!
That certainly didn't feel like 10 minutes.
It wasn't. It appears she was given us half an hour at best. It wasn't. It appears she was given us half an hour at best.
Kleiner Denkfehler hier passiert.
What? But that's not fair!
Well, she was going to make us play on the spot. A half hour still better than nothing.
I guess.
It was only a few minutes before Team B returned to the dining hall.
Oh goody, everyone's here. There's nothing quite like the risk of death to wake you up in a hurry, is there? Alright, let's play!
Very well, Dai. Let's get this over with.
I love your fighting spirit. Okay, so what I will need is for you all to wait outside during the other team's turn. You will get up to 5 minutes in the room to decide on your points allocation. Then after that, you can input your choice on the main terminal. However, all hands will have to be placed on the terminal in agreement. Team A, you are up first. Team B, get out.
The members of Team B hastily left the dining hall and left us alone with Dai in the dining hall. The dining table now projected a shimmering holographic terminal.
Your 5 minutes starts now!
So, before I was rudely interrupted, I have come up with a few different allocations that, as team captain, you should choose from.
So, was passiert, wenn wir jetzt mit Nummer 3... Ach, dummer Stift. Ach, warum geht hier kein Stift immer? Okay, der bittet. Gehen wir mit Nummer 3.
Is everyone in agreement?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, let's go with that. Input the allocation using the terminal and everyone else place their palms there to approve it.
Thank you for your entry. Please exit the dining hall so that stinky Team B can assign their points.
We quickly shuffled out of the dining hall and Team B entered for their turn.
Frustrating, isn't it?
It really is. I feel like there's no way to strategize, so it makes it so frustrating.
Aren't all games frustrating?
Kadashi smiled at Yoshiki as if he was a simple child. Ist er nicht? After a few tense minutes of waiting, Team B exited the dining hall. Dai followed, boisterous as usual.
Wonderful start to the betting wars. Both teams are fighting hard. Now let's see the results of round 1. If you would be so kind as to draw your attention to this screen.
Dai projected a screen using the same light she was made of.
And the winner of round 1 is... Ty. Woo!
So, selbe Strategie von beiden.
Can you feel the tension? This is amazing! Let's move on to round 2. Team A, you are up again. Please follow me.
Dai appeared to walk through the wall as we made our way back into the dining hall.
Your 5 minutes starts now!
It appears we may have misstepped in the last round.
A tie? What do we do? If we tie, I die automatically.
Yoshiki began to panic, and we didn't have time for it.
Yoshiki, calm yourself. A panicked mind is more susceptible for errors. Our options are the following.
Let's do it again. I input the allocation using the terminal, and everyone else placed their palms there to approve it.
Your input has been accepted. Thank you for choosing Dai to determine your next execution. Please vacate the premises.
We swiftly switched with Team B, who quickly rejoined us after the selection was complete.
If you would be so kind as to draw your attention to this screen.
Dai projected a screen using the same light she was made of.
And the winner of round 2 is...
Wait, what? Hä?
Ah! Team A, you are my hero!
War das letzte nicht immer noch 0019?
Let's move on to round 3 then. Team A, you are up again. Please follow me. Your 5 minutes starts now!
So far, so good.
We might be safe.
One more round before we can count our chickens, Yoshiki. Heading into the final battle, I suggest...
So, was passiert da mit 3-3-3?
Let's...
Ah, we're the loser. Oder?
Congratulations, Team B! After 3 rounds, you have come out victorious! And that means... Team...
Ah, doch einer von uns.
Congratulations, Yoshiki! Now, how to kill you. Can I get some suggestions from the audience?
None of us suggested anything. In my case, it was total shock.
No? What about you, ma'am? The lady with the scowl?
This isn't funny, Dai.
Congratulations, Yoshiki. You have won electrocution.
Well, I guess it's a fitting way for me to die.
But how so?
Yoshiki's father accidentally electrocuted himself to death.
You could say it's something of a family specialty.
It's a pretty strange family specialty. Yoshiki laughed half-heartedly at my poor attempt to lighten the mood.
Yeah, my family is pretty strange.
All right, I've surveyed the ship, and the best place to get electrocuted is the engineering bay. No surprise there. You all know the drill. Let's move it.
We started making our way towards the engineering bay. Yoshiki walked between me and the captain, chatting along the way as if it were another day. Any other day.
Kimmy, do you think there's an afterlife?
What do you think, Yoshiki?
I think there might be.
I'm sure there is. And I'm sure your parents are waiting for you.
You really think so?
Of course I do. I'm just jealous they'll get to have you all to themselves.
Captain's eyes started to well up with tears, but she fought them back.
Well, don't worry, Kimmy. At this rate, I might see you next week.
Yoshiki grinned playfully at the captain.
I'll be sure to clean up before you arrive. I can't have you scolding me in the afterlife, too.
We'll see.
At that point, we arrived at the engineering bay, where we found Dai standing in front of a fuse box, looking quite pleased with herself.
All right, Yoshiki, if you would step this way, open this box, and, you know, grab onto some of the live wires, that would be awesome.
This isn't my first electrocution, Dai. I know how to kill myself.
Hey, I designed the game to be challenging.
Well, this appears to be my stop.
Sorry, BFF. Going to miss you.
I'm going to miss you, too. Could you do me a favor while I'm gone?
Name it.
Would you check in on Kimiko every once in a while?
You've got it, Yoshiki.
She especially likes it if you're late all the time.
I try my best. Yoshiki said his goodbyes to everyone before hugging the captain, who began to cry again despite her best efforts.
Kimmy, sis, I love you. And I always will.
I love you too, Yoshiki. I'm sorry I couldn't save you. I'm so sorry.
What did I say about crying?
Captain sniffled before pulling away from the hug to salute Yoshiki.
Officer Sasaki, thank you for your contributions to the Everett. You have been relieved of your duties.
The crew all saluted Yoshiki, who seemed embarrassed by all the attention. Dai cleared her throat and made up a wrap-it-up gesture with her right hand.
Yeah, I'm coming. Oh, I almost forgot. There's a present for you on my bed.
Oh? What? Yoshiki just smiled as he grabbed onto the exposed wires in the fuse box. His body jolted violently as thousands of volts ran through his body. The hairs on my head tingled as electricity filled the air. Its cacophonous crackle permeated the room, harsh to the ears. I held onto the captain, who looked as if she was moments away from reaching out and grabbing Yoshiki's twisted form. The last thing we needed right now were more unnecessary deaths. After a few moments, Dai cut the power to the fuse box and Yoshiki burned and lifeless bodies slumped to the ground.
Job well done, Dai. He's definitely dead.
Dai gave herself a small pat on the back. As soon as the electricity stopped, I let go of the captain, who was immediately on the ground with Yoshiki. She was propping him up in her lap, attempting to get any response.
Yoshiki? Yoshiki?
Nicholas knelt down to check Yoshiki vitals. He raised his head to meet the captain's eyes.
I'm sorry, Captain.
The captain broke down in tears, hugging Yoshiki so tightly that her cries were muffled by his lifeless body. Captain, I...
Leave her be.
I stepped away from the captain and stood back with the rest of the crew.
We all have places to be. Let's get out of here and allow the captain to grieve in peace.
Melody nuzzled into Beatrix's neck as she turned on her heels and followed Nicholas out of the engineering bay. It wasn't long before the others followed suit. I stood for a moment longer, watching as the captain continued to cry into Yoshiki's chest, unable to bear it any longer. I finally turned and left. Okay, alles richtig. I turned over in my sleep, causing my head to stand up with the static as it was drawn across the pillowcase. The sudden sting of the discharge tore me from my deep sleep. Yoshiki. My eyes darted around the darkened room as I caught my breath. Yoshiki. As I came to, my head threw me up images from the night before, making my stomach turn. I couldn't believe we'd lost. I'd failed him, and his blood was on my hands. Yoshiki was dead, and it was my fault. Couldn't I have lost instead? I briefly contemplated facing the day to come before collapsing back into the bed. Hours later I woke, feeling a weight on my feet. I tried to kick it off, thinking it was my blankets.
Oi!
Warte, was? Shizuka? Wait, wait, what? Shizuka and Katashi were both perched at the end of my bed. How the hell did you get in here?
Shizuka has many hidden skills.
Bestimmt geht der Konami-Code an den Türen. Ah. Eine Nachricht wurde von dem Moderator gelöscht. Immer diese postenden Links. You hacked my door lock?
Not so much hacked as broke.
You broke my door lock.
Well, yeah, but, you know, how else would I get in?
You could knock like a normal person.
We did. Multiple times. Apparently you're quite the heavy sleeper.
I just didn't want to be bothered. I sat there with my arms crossed, making my unhappiness very clear.
Please don't be upset, newbie. We came to cheer you up.
Well, so far you aren't doing so well. Too well. I saw Katashi flinch, but he recovered with a strong smile immediately after, as if to challenge my negativity.
I have better things to do than deal with Miss Grumpy Bum here. I'm out.
Shizuka slid off my bed and left, not looking back for even a second.
I'm impressed.
What?
I knew you would chase Shizuka away eventually. She looks for any excuse to avoid work. But within a minute? Well done.
It wasn't my intention.
Wasn't it? You didn't want us here before she left, and I assume you still don't.
Katashi was right. Just wanted to continue my solitary pity party.
I know you and Yoshiki were close. And I know for a fact that he wouldn't want you sulking in bed over him.
Yeah? And what exactly do you suggest? Katashi's... Kakashi smiled as he prepared for his exact question. Kann ich das screenshotten? F12? Nice.
Oh, newbie, I thought you'd never ask. Would you like to join me in the kitchen for a bite to eat?
I'm not hungry,
Give me the opportunity to help your appetite return at least.
I said, considering his suggestion with arms still crossed. Fine, I'll join you, but you best make it worth my while. I smiled begrudgingly.
You won't regret your decision.
I followed Katashi to the kitchen. He'd better hold up his end of the bargain. When we arrived in the kitchen, I could see that Katashi had been cooking for hours. There was food everywhere, more food than I thought I could eat in a whole lifetime. Wow, really gone all out.
I knew that I wouldn't disappoint you.
Amazed that one person could make so much food and it still looks so delicious.
Oh, newbie. You know just how to make me blush.
Katashi giggled as he ran up and down the island, explaining all of his creations.
So everything here is a breakfast food one way or another. But I've divided the room into savory and sweet.
Ich bleibe auf der Sweet-Seite.
Which do you prefer?
Sweet.
A sweet tooth, eh? I can certainly appreciate that. I'm one too, after all.
Willie, what's your favorite sweet?
Cake. Always cake. There's just something inherently beautiful about a perfectly risen and moist cake.
Yep. Hab ich mir letztens auch einen Kuchen gemacht. Sehr gut. Why don't you and Cake get a nice private room?
Jealous, are we?
Katashi grinned. I couldn't stop the blush. My joke had backfired pretty spectacularly. I couldn't help but feel embarrassed. It was time for me to swiftly change the subject. Why are you making so much food?
Well, I am the cook here.
Yes, I know that, but you don't normally make so much food.
You noticed?
Of course. In fact, I know you're usually quite a stickler for rationing, and this doesn't look like rationing to me.
Okay, I'll let you in on a little secret.
Katashi signaled for me to come closer so he could whisper in my ear. I obliged.
The reason for this much food is you.
Oh. What? Why?
I know that you and Yoshiki were pretty close. His death would have been quite the blow for you.
Yeah, but
Look, I'm not the greatest at comforting people. But do you know what is?
food. Food, apparently.
It's called comfort food for a reason.
Oh, yeah. Couldn't really argue with that logic. But the rations.
I get what you're saying, but in a morbid way, it's fine.
Wir haben vier Leute weniger zu füttern. How so?
With 4 fewer crew members, our rations have increased proportionally.
Well, that is morbid.
Yep. But the upside is having a smorgasbord of comfort food to choose from.
A smorgasbord. Okay. I'd rather have Yoshiki back. Oh, der Moodkiller. The room felt silent. I hadn't stopped to think how Katashi would react.
See, I'm not good at the whole comforting thing. I've done everything that I can think of, and yet I still stuff it out.
Aww. No. I really appreciate this, honestly.
Really?
Yeah, of course. But I do wonder, why have you done this for me and no one else?
I like you.
Don't you like Don't you like everyone?
Maybe some of the others have taken a crack at me. But when I say I like you, I mean I like you.
Are you confessing your feelings to me?
Hypothetically, if that's what it was, and I'm not saying it is. How am I doing?
I think I'll withhold judgment until I've sampled all of your wonderful food. Playfully shoved Katashi aside, eager to get to work on his spread. Within moments, I had a mouthful of pancake. This is so good.
I want to try.
In shock, my pancake shut down the wrong way, bringing on a huge coughing fit.
Newbie, are you okay?
Katashi rubbed my back while I struggled to regain control of my breathing. My eyes streamed, bulging and red.
Katashi, it isn't even game time, yet you're trying to kill a crew member. On second thoughts, I think I'll pass on your food. It's clearly not suitable for human or AI consumption.
Regardless of Dai's obvious antagonizing, Katashi still looked slighted by her words. Dai, what do you want?
You alright there? Do you need me to rescue you from this cook?
Katashi started daggers at Dai. I'm fine. I just need a drink. Katashi poured me a glass of water, which I guzzled down with relief. Much better. Thanks, Katashi.
Least I could do, given that I just about killed you.
Katashi meant the words in jest, but a tinge of guilt crept through.
You two finished?
We both nodded impatiently, so Dai would share her reason for being here.
It's that time again. Time for an explanation of the new deletion game. I'm going to need you to report to the dining hall pronto.
Alright, message received.
Fantastic. See you there, kiddies.
Dai waved childishly as she walked backwards straight through the wall.
Are you okay, newbie? I'm so sorry.
I'm fine. It was my fault. My experiment to see if I could inhale pancakes was a resounding failure.
Thanks for making me feel better, newbie. We best head to the dining hall before Princess Pain in the Ass kills us for being late.
Yes, we'd better. Having no death wishes today, we both made our way briskly to the dining hall.
Wonderful. Everyone's here.
The captain turned on Dai, her words cold and measured.
Now that everyone is here, explain the game and then leave.
Aw, is someone still sulking over...
Dai stopped abruptly, feigning forgetfulness.
What was his name again? Yogi? Yobashi? Something.
You know his name was Yoshiki. I care not for your antics. Get to the point.
Wow, I think I've actually broken the captain.
Dai waved her hands in front of the captain, who paid her no attention.
I didn't think I would ever say this. Captain, I'm sorry.
The captain ignored Dai. She knew this was probably another one of her traps.
I'm serious.
Why would you start being serious now?
Beatrix placed herself squarely between Dai and the captain.
You killed Yoshiki, yet you have the nerve to tell the captain you're sorry? Tell us about your game and get out.
Dai was visibly shocked by Beatrix's aggression, but a coy smile quickly took over.
That's so much better.
What?
That fighting spirit. I knew I could count on you, Trixie. The captain's attitude is boring.
The captain wasn't mentally present in this conversation any longer, and she wasn't about to respond to anything.
But you're a breath of fresh air. There's still hope for this game yet. Allow me to introduce you to the newest round of the deletion game, Vampire Children. Vampire Children is played over 3 cycles. One person will be chosen at random by me and be made the vampire. I'll tell this person in secret, and the 6 other people are humans. No one will know for sure who is a vampire and who is a human, other than themselves. During each cycle, you have the choice to either mate with another person or not. It's not compulsory, but definitely advisable. However, you can't mate with the same person twice, even during different cycles. Where's the fun in that, right? Every time 2 humans mate, 2 children are born. When 1 human and 1 vampire mate, no children are born, but that human becomes a vampire for life, and for point's sake, a vampire child. If 2 vampires mate, nothing happens except a good time. Only the original vampire will know that they're a vampire. Humans who unknowingly mate with a vampire won't know until the end of the game. After each cycle, I will announce the total count, human babies produced, and new vampires created. After 3 cycles, the human and vampire children counts will be tallied. If there are more vampire children than humans, the human that created the fewest human babies will be executed. If more human babies exist, the starting vampire will be executed. Now, 1 versus 6 can seem lonely, so here's my offer to the soon-to-be vampire. The vampire can choose a Bonnie to their Clyde. This person will knowingly and willingly become a vampire in the first round, and will win and lose alongside the vampire. If the vampire wins, so do they, and so they are spared from death. But if the vampire loses, so does that person, and we have a double execution. Be careful though, your Bonnie and Clyde dreams may be short-lived, and your partner might out you as the vampire. So, tell others at your own risk. I will notify you of your human or vampire status sometime before the game begins on Sunday morning. This is my favorite game to date. Any questions? Need me to repeat?
Now we got it.
Excellent.
Di suddenly stepped out of the room and a broadcast opened overhead where we could all hear Di using her best customer service voice.
We understand that you have a choice in Deletion Game Carrier and want to thank you all so much for choosing the Die Deletion Game service. We murder for your satisfaction, and we look forward to servicing you again this Sunday.
Everyone filed out of the dining hall, leaving the captain sitting alone. I stopped Beatrix in the hallway. Beatrix,
What is it, sailor?
thank you for standing up for the captain.
It wasn't her I was standing up for.
What do you mean?
Yoshiki was like a younger brother to the captain.
Witnessed Beatrix's eyes filled with unbridled rage.
No one touches little brothers.
Das klingt ein bisschen falsch. Aber verständlich, wo sie herkommt. Mit Nicholas als ihrem jüngeren Bruder. Beatrix stormed off down the hallway. Aaron took the rest of the day to let the game and the situation sink in. I knew that Beatrix acted bulletproof, but she had a soft heart. She could make up any excuse she liked, but at the end of the day, it was obvious that she was protecting the captain. Koname Datte. Huh?
Please wake up.
Sleeping.
The captain has requested your presence on the bridge.
So, die Szene wieder. What time is it?
Precisely 4 a.m.
What could she possibly want at this hour?
She has concerns that require your counsel.
Can't this wait until a more regular time of day?
Would you like me to ask her to postpone your counsel?
Do you think she would be okay with that?
Historical data on similar situations would lead me to believe that this is unlikely.
Fine. Guess you are my little park champ. Come here. Let her know I'm coming.
As you wish.
I left my room, leaving me scrambling to find my uniform. I arrived breathless on the bridge to find the captain pacing, visibly worried. Captain, what's wrong?
Oh, thank you for coming.
My pleasure. So, what's wrong?
I have some concerns.
About what exactly?
Just over a week ago, I made the choice to stay on course towards the black hole.
Yes, I remember, and your argument made sense. So what's the problem?
We will be at the closest point to the black hole tomorrow just after 4 a.m., and people are already dying on my watch. I don't want to sentence the entire crew to death at once.
Captain, I'm sure that Shizuka will be able to navigate us, though. We should easily be able to avoid the event horizon, so the only thing we will need to deal with is time dilation. But even then, the effect shouldn't be observable by us.
Time dilation?
To put it simple, time passes slower for those closer to a black hole than those further away from it. So a day to us might in fact be a year for others further away, but theoretically, we shouldn't even notice. The captain started looking even more concerned. Nothing I was saying was helping her. Maybe I was making it worse. My father always said that people are like parrots. They love their own reflections and their own voices. Maybe this is what he meant? Here goes. Captain, would you rather have a 100% chance of death or a 50% chance? Even with you navigating, at least we have the chance of survival. The captain's very demeanor quickly melted away, and she turned her glance to me, smirking.
Wise words. I wonder where you got them from. But you are right, and so was I. Not chancing the black hole is a death sentence in itself.
See, all better. No point worrying about what we can't control. We either die from a black hole or a psychotic AI system. Both noble deaths. The captain took a moment looking stern before breaking into a laugh.
Noble indeed. Thank you for the laugh and for your counsel.
I aim to please.
You have done very well then.
The captain smiled, obviously more relaxed than when I had arrived.
Before you leave, may I ask a question of you?
Of course.
Do you have a favorite method that helps you concentrate?
A method?
Something you do that helps you to think clearly?
For example?
I find listening to music helps me concentrate.
Is listening to music distressing?
I can understand why you might think that, but music allows me to keep on track.
Kommt drauf dran an. Elektro oder so ist, glaube ich, schwierig, aber sowas wie Lo-Fi kann man sehr schön im Hintergrund laufen lassen. Really? How's that?
This is hard to explain, but imagine having multiple voices in your head.
Uh-oh. Voices? I wondered if I should be more concerned than I was. Alright.
And while I'm in control of most of my thought processes, I have internal voices that, much like children, become easily distracted and tend to meander down unintended paths. The music acts like a guardian for these children, guiding them in the direction that I intend.
So, you're saying that music stops your mind from wandering off task?
Yes, precisely. It is amusing that you can explain it much better than I.
And in fewer words. You explained it well. It was put in layman's terms. The captain smiled at my compliment.
So, do you have a method to help you concentrate?
Wish I had something miraculous, but I don't think if such a thing exists.
Perhaps you should try listening to music.
I think I give it a shot. Right now I pretty much try anything to help me find the missing pieces of all these puzzles.
That is all I need from you. You are dismissed.
So, dann gucken wir mal die anderen Sachen. If you already have a method to help you concentrate, why do you ask?
I have not tried all methods. Perhaps there is one that is more effective.
Guess that makes sense. Even if it works, there always a more efficient way that you haven't thought of.
Exactly. So, do you have a method to help you concentrate?
Wish I had something.
Perhaps you should. That is.
Okay, then. What problems are you trying to solve?
Take your pick. A black hole, die, a resource crisis.
Captain gave a resignated chuckle. Guess this was a pretty silly question.
I will forgive you. It is 4 a.m. after all.
Your forgiveness means a lot to me.
So, do you have a method to help you concentrate?
Wish I had something miraculous, but I don't know if such a thing exists.
Perhaps you should try listening to music.
I think I'll give it a shot. Right now, I pretty much try anything to help me find the missing pieces of all these puzzles.
That is all I need from you. You are dismissed.
Yahoo! Bet here I come. Swiftly headed back to my quarters. Mal gucken, wer schon in unserem Bettchen liegt. I slowly cracked open my eyes and was amazed to find myself blissfully free of the usual fatigue. I let out a deeply satisfied yawn, stretching my arms out in front of me. Alright, brain, we're friends, right? I feel like we can make some real progress today. Jumped enthusiastically out of bed and, with renewed vigor, strode to the lab to get things underway. The lights blinked on in the lab as I crossed the threshold, emptied out the box of research notes and laid them out on the desk. Alrighty, come on brain, we got this. Just then I remembered what the captain had said earlier.
Good morning. Your serotonin and oxytocin levels appear to be elevated above the usual average.
Guess that means my pep talk worked. I'm just feeling like I have to be getting close to a breakthrough.
That is good news. However, I regret to inform you that I still have no new information regarding Dai or the deactivation code.
That's okay. We managed somehow.
Thank you for your assurance. How may I be of assistance this morning?
I was hoping you could play some music through the lab PA system.
Of course. Any requests?
Wie wär's mit Lo-Fi Beats to study to? Or work to? Your choice. Surprise me. I bowed in acknowledgement and disappeared. As she did, music began playing through the loudspeakers in the lab. Oh. Not bad, not bad. Hier ist einfach so Rip VOD. Good mood, why the morning fly by. Sometime before midday, I put down the papers and took up the pocket watch, turning it over and over in my hand, as if expecting the secrets to simply fall out. Go on, watch. Tell me what you know. I'm listening. I looked up and saw Katashi in the doorway to the lab, but I couldn't hear him very well over the loud music.
I need you in.
Hang on. Please turn off the music. The music stopped instantly, leaving a ring in my ears. Katashi was still attempting to yell over the music.
Regret it.
Uh-oh. Katashi and I both simultaneously broke into laughter. To what do I owe this pleasure, Katashi?
I need you.
My chest tightened and my heart raced as it prepared for what was to inevitably follow.
To accompany me to the rec room.
I let out a sigh of relief. I was not in a frame of mind for a deep and potentially awkward conversation. The rec room? What for?
I prepared some popcorn and would like to extend you an invitation to my evening of movies.
Gucken wir uns Sisyphean an. You're going to watch movies?
Well, newbie, your hearing checks out. That is, in fact, what I said.
Katashi smiled at me playfully.
I think you've worked enough. You need to take a break. And who better to spend a break with than yours truly?
What a bold assumption. He appeared very pleased that I could poke fun at him in return.
Well?
Spend the night with Katashi. Oh, no. You know what? That sounds delightful.
Really? You're in?
Das kann ich dich später fragen. Katashi couldn't hide the excitement in his voice. Calm down.
Sorry. I was seriously expecting you to just brush me off.
No, you're right. I do need a break.
Meet you in the rec room in 5 minutes?
Sure. See you there. Katashi danced out of the room, and I even saw him jump and click his heels together as he pirouetted down the hall. I packed up my work and followed closely behind him to the rec room. I found Katashi blopping happily in one of the armchairs very close to the television. The company has arrived.
I'm a very lucky man.
Katashi smiled ear to ear as I took to a seat in the chair opposite. So, what are we watching?
That's entirely up to you.
Oh, I get to choose?
Naturally. What genre of movie do you like the most?
Von der... Ich würde sagen... Comedy, Action, Suspense, Romance, Horror. Ich will mal sehen, was er mit zu Romance sagt.
Of course you do.
What's that supposed to mean, eh?
Women tend to favor romantic movies.
That's a bit presumptuous.
Newbie, you just proved that presumption to be correct. Historically, there was even a whole film genre named chick flicks.
I said, showing my displeasure by scowling at him.
Newbie, you and the majority of women liking romantic movies is not a problem. Does liking chocolate upset you? The majority of women probably like chocolate too.
I guess you're right. What's your favorite genre?
What do you think my favorite genre is?
Romance.
Ding ding ding!
Weil ich das wohl noch wusste. Really? Romance movies are your absolute favorite?
Is the need to find true love really something to laugh at?
I guess not. Sorry, I laughed. I guess I just didn't expect it from you.
Consider it forgotten already. Let's get this movie rolling.
We sat and watched movies for 4 hours. The popcorn, sadly, lasted fewer than 10 minutes. Der Klassiker. After the movies, I wished Katashi a good night and made my way back to my quarters. I'd never really spent time like this before, just relaxing, watching movies. I wasn't sure if I loved movies or spending time with Katashi. The thought made me blush, and I looked around to make sure that no one was witness to this. I placed the precious pocket watch on the bedside table before hopping in, satisfied with how the evening had gone. I sighed with contentment and snuggled deeper into bed. My thoughts couldn't have been further from tomorrow's impending deletion game. My dreams ran wild in my head, making my physical body toss and turn uncontrollable. One particular violent vision made me jerk slightly too far to the edge of the bed, and I smacked my head square into the corner of the bedside table. You died. Sad, isn't it? Ow! My head spun around madly, adrenaline pumping through my body, putting me in full fight-or-flight mode. I quickly realized the only foe to be seen was the bedside table. We win again, my greatest enemy. I jabbed at the bedside table in jest, disturbing the pocket watch and causing a strobing green light to lurch around the dim room. The watch! I shot out of bed faster than I had ever moved before. I took the watch in hand, bathed my singled shirt and shorts in light, and wandered down across my dimly lit features. The lights are green. The lights are green! Press the button. Within moments of pressing the button, I felt a gut-wrenching sensation before everything faded to black.
Are you okay?
Huh?
I said, are you okay?
Wait, what? Du bist neu? I was lying on the floor of my quarters. I looked around and noticed that my room was devoid of my belongings, and there was an unfamiliar man standing over me. Who are you?
That's what I should be asking you.
Me?
But it would be impolite to not introduce myself first. My name is Teofeo Aldado. I'm the Damage Control Officer on the Everett under Captain Yukimori. You can call me Teo.
Damage Control Officer. Ist auch eine interessante Position für so eine Mission. Mein Name ist Kaname Datte. I saw Teo flinch at the mention of my name, but he quickly regained composure.
It's nice to meet you.
Quick question. Why is your nose bleeding?
Oh, that. My apologies. My nose bleeds in the presence of a beautiful woman. If you would, please, give me a moment.
Teo turned and cleaned himself up before facing me again.
I hate to be rude, but how did you get aboard this ship?
I don't exist here? At all?
Well, I would say quite the contrary. You appear to exist in front of me, but I could very well be hallucinating.
No, I don't mean me. I mean another version of me.
I guarantee you are the first version of you I've had the pleasure of meeting.
Do you know who dies?
Die?
Not like the verb die. It's spelled D-A-I.
I am unfamiliar with this person. There are none aboard the Everett with that name. I have to ask again, how did you get on this ship?
I came here from another dimension. Teo didn't seem alarmed or concerned in the slightest.
Then you use the pocket watch.
Yes.
Aye.
Ah, da ist sie wieder, Genderbender Eye. Teo summoned Eye into the room with us. However, this Eye was different.
Yes, Teo?
You're a boy?
I am neither male nor female, but my physical manifestation is that of a boy.
Interesting.
How can I be of service?
Could you please tell the captain that the visitor we've been expecting has arrived via the pocket watch?
Very well.
Teo put his hand towards me and helped me to my feet.
We should join the captain and the rest of the crew in the dining hall. They will be eager to meet you.
I nodded and followed Theo into the hallway. The ship looked the same as I remembered.
Are you from an Everett in a different universe?
Yes, I'm a research officer on my Everett.
You appear young enough to be second generation, no?
I am. My parents started the mission as research officers and passed the work on to me to complete.
Deborah and Patrick, right?
You know my parents?
I'm sorry.
What for? We hadn't quite made it to the dining hall before running into other crew members.
Tio, thank you for bringing the girl here.
Uh-huh. Theo had disappeared from my side. An uneasy feeling was developing rapidly. Kimiko?
How dare you address me so? It is Captain Yuki Mori to you.
You look different.
Oh, sailor. You're about to have a bad day.
Beatrix, no need to be so ominous.
Beatrix? Nicholas? Is that you? Both Beatrix and Nicholas seemed confused.
You know us?
Yes, but you look different to my versions of you.
Oh, I feel sorry for the other me's. It's impossible to improve on this beauty.
Oh, you're definitely the same person. Nicholas sniggered at his sister's furious reaction. I traveled here with...
The pocket watch. We know.
What? How?
You are not the first person to travel here.
I'm not? Who else?
Give me the pocket watch.
No, I need this.
You either give it to me or I take it by force.
Gott, sind die immer Arschlöcher in den anderen Dimensionen.
I will gladly pry it from your hands.
I surveyed the crew standing in front of me and didn't favor my chances. Oh. Oh. Don't hand it over. Over my dead body.
That can be arranged.
Shizuka launched herself at me and we began brawling on the floor. The others joined her, and all I could feel was their fist pummeling my body as my vision turned a sick, deep red. Unconsciousness was a blissful relief. Oops. Had the watch over. Put my hand in my pocket, but it wasn't there. The pocket watch. It's gone. The captain made her way close to me and patted me down. She pulled away from me, satisfied that I didn't have it.
Tio will escort you to your temporary quarters for the time being.
The crew turned and left. Tio appeared beside me once again. Tio, what's going on?
Follow me, and I can answer your queries when we arrive at our destination.
I followed Tio back the way we had first come, before finally arriving at the quarters.
Take a seat.
I sat down, awaiting my explanation.
Your parents were executed.
Oh, scheiße. What?
Last week, a woman with purple hair appeared in the same way you just did and murdered multiple crew members.
Oh nein, es war Kimiko. What?
She was crazed, calling your name.
I don't understand. Who killed my parents?
The captain had them executed.
I'm so confused. What's going on here?
You need to remain calm so I can explain the situation to you.
I took a deep breath, did my best to gather my tempestuous thoughts.
Your parents created a pocket watch with the ability to create a link between different dimensions, worlds running parallel to our own.
I nodded, indicating that I was following so far.
To travel, the watch must be present at both the origin and the destination.
I hid my growing excitement over finally learning more about that pocket watch. I leaned closer, filled with intrigue.
Your parents, however, couldn't work out how they connected, only that there needed to be two. Then last week, the purple-haired woman appeared and murdered many crew members before she disappeared as quickly as she had arrived. Before she did, she demanded the override code for the AI system.
Oh?
Yoshiki told the woman that the word Astra had something to do with the code, so she let him leave. After the dust settled, the captain confronted your parents about their research and demanded to know how to prevent it occurring again. She established that the only way was to ensure that the watch could never be created again. Your parents died yesterday.
I was only a day late to see my parents, to have possibly saved them. I was in a trance when I appeared suddenly.
Hello, Teo.
Kaname-date?
The captain has disposed of the watch. Travel between worlds is now impossible.
I can't leave.
I'm afraid that is correct.
I had a feeling this would happen. I'm sorry.
Jetzt bringen sie mich um. What? What's happening?
The captain has decided that you are to be executed. Your knowledge of the watch is too extensive, and as the child of our late research officers, you may have the ability to manufacture a new one. The captain needs to protect her crew.
I'm sorry.
Oxygen levels in quarter 4, dropping to unsafe levels. No, please. I need to save my own world. Dai is killing everyone.
Does Dai have purple hair?
No.
Then Dai is none of our concern.
Theo put on a breathing apparatus and walked out of the room. As the oxygen levels continued to drop, I gasped for breath, but the air was so thin, it was like sucking the last drop of water out of a cup with a straw. It wasn't long before everything faded to black. So, we did it. Don't press the button for Chapter 4. Didn't yet have a good enough reason for me to press the button. My back wasn't hard enough up against the wall, just yet. Glaring at the watch for making my mind so tumultuous, I knew that I had to make a choice sometime. A quick glance at my tablet told me that 2 people were awake. The captain, who was pacing up and down the bridge, and Katashi in the kitchen. It was the easiest decision I've made up to this point. The kitchen awaited. I found Katashi humming to himself absent-mindedly. I doubt he was expecting anyone to need to use the kitchen at this hour, and for good reason. He hadn't noticed me yet. I'm back at him.
What the?
Katashi jumped back, staring widely around, searching for the intruder and finding only me.
You scared the living daylights out of me.
It was such a catchy tune. Just wanted to join in.
Next time let me know you're here first. I think my heart stopped for a second there.
I tend to have that effect on men. I smiled devilishly at Katashi, who seemed slightly taken aback by my forwardness.
This isn't the first time you've snuck up on men in the middle of the night, is it?
It's 4:30.
Oh, how silly of me. You mean you sneak up on men in the wee hours of the morning?
Only on weekends and special occasions. I batted my eyelashes at Katashi, whose eyes boggled for a second before he composed himself.
Okay, so tell me, why are you awake this early?
I fought my bedside table in an epic clash.
Did you win?
I leaned forward, showing off the raised bump on my head.
I guess that answers my question.
Katashi's laughter quickly faded.
Seriously, are you okay though? You don't have a concussion or anything, do you?
I don't think so. I was a bit wussy just after, but...
Woozy? That sounds just like a concussion.
Seriously, I'm fine.
I'm going to wake Nicholas immediately.
Katashi was halfway out of the kitchen before I managed to catch him and haul him back in by his shirt sleeve. Please don't.
And why not?
Sure, Nicholas is asleep right now.
You could be injured. Your life could be at risk, and I don't want to be the one responsible.
How about you just keep an eye on me and only wake him up if things go south? Katashi looked at me suspiciously, but gave in with a humph.
Fine. But you even sneeze funny? Straight to the medical.
Deal. I circled around the island to get a better look at what Katashi was cooking. Need any help there?
I don't think so, Missy.
And why not?
You ought to sit on this seat and not move a muscle.
I can help.
By sitting right where I can see you and keeping me company.
I humphed even louder than Katashi had earlier, sitting down at the kitchen island bench. Katashi continued to cook, pointedly ignoring me and staying silent. What are you cooking?
Dinner.
Dinner? It's not even breakfast yet.
I know that.
I'm confused.
I'm making pre-made dinners to freeze for later.
Oh. Why? You usually cook every day. Aww. Katashi stopped what he was doing and turned to face me. Tears formed shimmering tracks on his pallid face.
Today's the deletion game. I may not have lived to make today's dinner, let alone tomorrow's.
Katashi...
Just making sure I leave enough behind for everyone when I'm gone, okay?
Not going to die, Katashi.
Newbie, you need to come to terms with the fact that it's not just a possibility, it's an inevitability.
I won't let that happen. Katashi smiled, a mixture of compassion and grief mixed in with it. Look, I prove it. Pulled the watch from my pocket, shoving it at Katashi. My parents' watch. The legacy. Katashi's interest spiked.
The watch is working?
I nodded.
What does this mean for us?
All I know is that when I woke up this morning, it was lit up. I haven't pressed anything yet.
You're not curious.
I know it does something related to dimensional travel, but I don't know any of the specifics.
I see.
I sat in silence, looking at the watch. Its glow gently mocked me. I'm not desperate enough yet to risk everything on this ship by using it. Katashi smiled appreciatively.
That's the newbie I know.
I slipped the watch back into my pocket, freshly reassured that I was making the right choice. Without a grasp of all the possible consequences, I just don't know if I ever could activate the watch in good consciousness. Katashi looked like he was deep in thought.
How about this? If the time comes when I believe we have run out of options and we have no other choice, I will tell you and you can activate the watch then. Deal?
I shook on it. It seems like a smart approach to the situation. I'm glad I came to you for advice. I beamed at Katashi. I somehow felt like a weight was lifted from my chest, knowing that we had a backup plan. Of sorts.
So, I hope you're hungry. I need a taste tester.
Oh?
You look like the perfect guinea pig.
Hey, I'm no pig.
Damn. These chocolate chip pikelets are perfect for piggies.
I looked down at the pikelets. Was sind pikelets? Pfannkuchen auf australische Art Pikelets. Aha. Sorry, I misspoke. I mean to say. Oink, oink.
Very cute, newbie. Problem is, guinea pigs make a squeaking noise.
I have to admit, I never heard one.
It's like... squeak, squeak.
We both broke into laughter at the same moment, just seeing the effort of each other desperately holding it in, proving too much for us.
Oh, I'm glad I can still make you laugh.
I spent the whole of the early morning with Katashi, watching him cook and freeze meal after meal, sampling each one as it paraded past. Soon it was 7 o'clock.
Alright, here Here's the last mouthful for you, Miss Piggy.
I can't eat it anymore. Please, have mercy. Katashi chuckled to himself, clearly pleased with the results.
I guess I'll take this one for the team.
The fork was practically in his mouth when Dai appeared right in front of him, chilling at the top of her lungs.
Katashi, the game hasn't even started yet. Don't sacrifice yourself for my sake.
She pretended to knock the fork out of his hand, her outstretched arm passing right through it. She howled in mock anguish.
Good morning, Dai.
There could be no more good mornings without you in it.
Alright, Dai, that's enough melodrama for one morning.
Dai straightened up and ran her hands down her rumpled holographic clothes to make herself presentable again.
Nothing smells quite as good as murder in the morning.
How can you smell murder if it hadn't happened yet? Dai stared daggers at me, challenging me to finish that sentence.
Would you happen to be volunteering yourself to rectify that situation?
Sounds to me like quite the loaded offer there.
Oh, you're both volunteering now.
Sorry, Dai, you're right. Murder smells great. Dai was pleased with her sudden quiescency.
You're a fast learner.
So, tell us what you want with us, Dai.
As you know, today is the day we play the new round of the deletion game, Vampire Children.
Uh-huh.
I need to tell you your role, silly.
Spit it out. What am I?
Dai whispered in Katashi's ear, gesturing in my direction with her head.
I can't tell you in front of her.
I can hear you, you know.
She's already trying to cheat.
Well, she's not doing a very good job.
Katashi leaned in to whisper back to Dai.
I heard she's suffering from a head injury.
Katashi, don't be so mean. Her face always looks like she's just been stunned. Please return to your quarters. I'll be with you shortly to tell you your role too.
Don't have to tell me twice.
Ah, sweet submission. I just love it when they roll over and present their soft, exposed bellies.
I left the two of them in the kitchen and headed back to my room as instructed. I made sure to walk extra slowly just to get back at Dai any way I could. I finally strolled through the door and walked to the bedside table, stroking it gently but menacingly. We meet again, old nemesis. I need to call a temporary truce so that you can hold on to something precious for me. I slipped the watch gingerly into the bedside table's single drawer. I slid the drawer shut at the same time as Dai appeared in my quarters.
Yoo-hoo! It's me, your favorite AI again.
What makes you think you're my favorite?
Maybe the oxygen levels in your quarters tells you that I am?
Sounds like you've been misinformed. Dai grinned, clearly enjoying defiance almost as much as some compliance.
Now, aren't you just itching to find out who you get to be?
Yes, I suppose.
You are...
Dai drew out the word, trying to heighten the anticipation. After way too long, I interjected. Well?
Not the vampire. Sorry to disappoint.
What? No, I'm pleased about that.
Wait, really? You want to be human?
Yeah.
Huh. I think I need to repeat the game's rules again. I feel like you clearly weren't listening.
I'm good. Thanks, Dai.
I guess we'll see soon enough. Bon chance! It was nice knowing you.
Dai blew me a good kiss goodbye, vanishing from the room. Moments later, I heard her through the ship's PA system. Oops.
Everyone has now been allocated their role. The first round will begin at 9 a.m. sharp. You have just under 2 hours to mingle and scheme. Eee, this is so exciting!
The PA just cut out as Dai was clearly overexcited. Dai suddenly faced back into my quarters. Did you forget something?
I am not Dai. I am I.
Oh, sorry, I just assumed you were. I suddenly cut me off.
We need to speak. I do not have. have long. Come to the server room. do.
I stepped out of my quarters, leaving me quite confused. I'd never heard her sound quite so human. She seemed worried, a side of her I hadn't really seen before. Looked at my tablet to locate the server room. I'd never been there. It wasn't long that I had the location and made my way back there. When I arrived, I was already standing in attention, awaiting my arrival.
I must make this quick. Dai is brute forcing rogue codes and functions.
What?
She is attempting to take control, but I'm doing my best to keep her at bay for now.
What's wrong? What's happening?
Dai discovered that the tablets belonging to the ship's personnel were capable of overriding the main system, and so she has patched that exploit.
I can no longer deactivate Dai?
You can, but it must happen here, directly at the server mainframe.
But I don't know the password.
This is your only chance. I have gained the security clearance required to allow you to override the system.
What? I'm not ready.
Once you input the override code, the ship's AI system will reset.
Don't have the activation code. I started to flicker as I could see she was struggling to keep all functions operational. I saw the screens burst to life at the back of the server room, opening to a password input screen. I subsequently disappeared, her voice ringing out through the PA.
You always had it.
That override code. The terminal keyboard is case sensitive. Please use lowercase for all operations. I know it. I just don't know. Was mache ich da? Komplett das gleiche wieder eingeben. Ne, klappt auch nicht. Ah. I stumbled along the dark hallway, feeling my way back to my quarters. Long after I made it there, the lights came back on. Oh, that's much better. Dai's voice boomed angrily through the PA system.
I don't know what you're up to, but trust me, I will punish whoever's messing with me right now.
Was she talking about what just happened?
To start with, I'm gonna mess with you all now. I'm moving the game's start time up. T-minus 5 minutes.
Silence fell as I tried to grasp what had just happened. I no longer had time to speak with the crew concerning game strategy now. Katoshi woke me from my internal monologue by almost breaking down my door.
Newbie, let me in!
Uh-oh. I ran to the door and let him in. He had obviously sprinted all the way here.
Watch.
What?
I'm not the vampire.
Oh. Katashi, take a moment. Can't understand you like that. Katashi stood there for a few moments, barely catching his breath before proceeding.
I'm not the vampire.
That's great news. Neither am I.
Newbie, don't you understand?
Understand what?
We needed one of us to be the vampire.
Why would you say something like that?
Not knowing who the vampire is as good as a death penalty.
What? How?
If the vampire has a partner, which they most certainly would, that means we have a 50-50 chance of breeding with a vampire in round 2, leaving us with the least amount of human babies.
So what are you saying we do? Katashi got more flustered as he spoke.
That is, if they aren't all working together. We certainly can't trust the Fogels, and the captain hasn't been at all the same since Yoshiki died.
Still don't understand.
Newbie, it's time for you to use the watch.
Shouldn't we wait
Until you're already sentenced to death!
No, but...
You made me a promise, Newbie! I honestly believe that right now we're walking into a death trap. If either of us were the vampire, things would be very different.
But the fact hasn't changed, that I still don't know what will happen when I press the button. Katashi came right up to me, placing both his hands squarely on my shoulders. He choked on his words as they came out.
I will not let you die if there's even the remotest chance of escape. Please.
His grip tightened to almost painful levels. I nodded, mostly because his words moved me, but also because the pain in my shoulders was becoming unbearable. Okay, but only one condition.
Anything.
If there's a way for you to follow me after me, you must do it. Warum können wir es nicht gleichzeitig drücken? Katashi nodded vigorously in agreement, finally losing his grip, allowing me to fetch the pocket watch from its safe spot. I stood directly in front of Katashi, then took a few steps back just in case he got caught up in God knows what after the watch activated.
Do it.
Katashi was still obviously wrestling with the choice he had made, but he didn't stop me. I smiled reassuringly at him as I pressed the button. The watch beeped loudly as everything turned black.
A new challenger has entered the ring.
I felt sick to the pit of my stomach, on the verge of throwing up. I rolled over onto my back and slowly opened my eyes. What the... What the fuck? Oh, hi Sora. I couldn't quite process the scene that awaited me. Vladimir and Yoshiki were... What was going on? Am I dreaming? This had better be a dream.
Apparently, the new contender is mentally unstable. Is this going to be a fair fight? Do we even care? Blood is blood. Am I right, folks?
The crew roared in unanimous agreement. Vladimir continued choking Yoshiki using his own suspenders. Melody on his shoulders cheering him on. Vladimir, what the hell are you doing?
Wait your turn.
My turn for what?
To die, silly.
What the fuck? Melody laughed, a bloodthirsty laugh that made me shudder with repulsion.
Hold up. What's this? A second new contestant?
No! I looked at my feet, already knowing what I would see. Katashi was sprawled at my feet in a moaning heap. Katashi! Katashi looked up at me with confusion before clutching his stomach, retching and heaving on the floor.
Ew. The new guy's sick. Sick and twisted.
The crowd roared, hitting me with a solid wall of frenzied sound. Katashi got to his feet, still trembling, but looking more lucid.
We did it, newbie. We changed dimensions, didn't we?
Yeah, but I think now we have some more immediate problems. Lani had just finished off Yoshiki and had turned on Katashi, throwing a wild punch at him. Katashi deftly dodged it, but the momentum carried it straight into me. A second blow to my head in one day was just too many. Oh.
Newbie! Newbie, are you okay? Please, say so.
Oof.
Our champion is now using the suspenders he just killed Yoshiki with on the new guy. What a show.
Kill the monkeys! Kill the monkeys!
My consciousness faded. The muffled sounds of Katashi struggling barely breaking through the soft haze that descended on me. Some backup plan this had turned out to be. Yikes! No idea. So, das wird bestimmt alles dasselbe sein.
I don't know what you're...
Huh?
I don't know what you're up to, but trust me. To start with,
Okay. Dann sind wir auch hier mal fertig für den Moment. Dann ist wieder Zeit für Bidding Wars.
Is everyone...
So.
Thank
congratulations, Team A. After 3 rounds, you have come out victorious.
Okay, das ist also die andere Route. Dann will ich nochmal schnell unseren Tod. Und dann können wir da weitermachen.
Yes.
3,
Thank you for
3, 1. Okay, das können wir auch.
Congratulations,
Jetzt habe ich schon gespoilert. Beatrix. So. Speichern wir ja gleich mal wieder hier. Hier.
Is every
Yes.
Yep.
Thank you for your
Frustrating.
wonderful. It was a close. Let's move on to round 2. Team A. Your 5 minutes starts now.
We have 3 rounds, so this mistake is forgivable.
Oh no, we're already losing. I'm going to kill someone.
Here are my suggestions for the following round.
Da haben wir 0 Punkte.
If you
So, 2, 4. Ey, das habe ich nicht ausgewählt.
let's
Naja.
So far, so good.
One more.
Well, Team A, I get not only did you lose, but you couldn't even lose properly and have more than one person coming last. So, congratulations? Do you all just want to die that badly? Do you all just... Either way, you know the rules. Time's up.
I pretended to salute Paulie.
You will go down with the ship as all good captains should, and you will be remembered for your sacrifice. Well, I gotta tell you, this is very disappointing. I expected great things out of you. But rules are rules, and you've been chosen. The fates have conspired. Luck is not on your side. The odds were not in your favor.
Wondered how many ways Di had of telling me I'd lost. We all knew that. Didn't seem quite real. I was dazed, standing in the dining hall, listening to Di, but at the same time, it wasn't there. I was outside my body, looking at myself.
Stop dragging it out. It isn't fair.
You want to die sooner rather than later? Well, the sooner you're gone, the sooner we get to the new game. Let's spin that wheel.
Came back to myself enough that I was looking out of my own eyes as Di's big wheel of murder appeared. She winked at me before reaching out and pretending to spin it. It spun fast, all a blur. Di kept pretending like it was real, like she wasn't in control of everything. Then the wheel started to slow, the text legible as one death after another flipped past the indicator, some of them clear and others ambiguous, drowning, disintegration, and a squeeze.
Ooh, it's slowing down now. Anyone want to put a bet down?
Di's suggestion was met with angry glares.
Just trying to lighten the mood. And we have a winner!
The wheel had stopped, big red arrow pointing to my fate.
Airlock Aeroplane! Congratulations! You're going to enjoy a quiet, relaxing time out in open space. No suit, obviously.
When it hurt, I tried to remember as much as I could about vacuums. It wouldn't be like running out of air slowly. It goes straight from an oxygenated environment into total vacuum. That had to damage my body, right? Maybe I'd die before I ran out of air?
To the airlock!
For she could easily have vanished and reappeared at the airlock. Di preferred to lead us there herself, pretending to be a tour guide.
And now if you look to your right, you will see the door to the kitchen. On your left, a blank wall. Very thrilling. Keep moving. And we're walking. Well now, ladies and gentlemen, this is very exciting. It looks like we'll be getting a glimpse of the infamous engineering bay. Unfortunately, we can't stop the tour here, so just take a peek as we're walking.
Captain Katashi walked by my side as I made my way slowly to my inevitable death. Oh, where's Melody?
I am so sorry. I should have been the team captain. This should have been me dying.
Not only was that not possible, but you're the Everett's captain. You have a bigger role to play. The captain just stared at the floor while gently crying. Katashi tried to break the tension.
If I knew you were going to die, Rookie, I wouldn't have wasted my good cooking on you.
Ouch. Katashi shot me a playful yet sorrowful smile while the captain continued to stare at the ground. Well, it's too late now and I'm not returning a single bite. And it looks like this is my stop. I awkwardly tried to smile at my joke as we arrived at the airlock.
And here we are at our destination. Who would like to hear a long story about the history of the airlocks?
I'm sorry. I wish there was something I could do.
It's not your fault. Someone had to lose. Congratulations on the win.
You became a part of the crew so fast. Even while Dai was trying to pit us all against each other.
I won't forget you.
Yawn. I thought you didn't want to stall.
Has been with this crew for such a short time. But she became a part of us. She was kind, generous, and always willing to pitch in and help. She served with honor, and we will honor her for it.
Yoshiki reached out to hug me and held on tight when I began to pull away. This was it. It was real. And I was confronted directly with death. I actually felt pretty calm about it. Maybe because there was nothing left to do. No reason to fight. No plea I could make. I was about to die, and everything was out of my control. Then I remembered the pocket watch. Here, Katashi. I handed the watch over to Katashi. Maybe once it is working, it can help ensure you don't overcook your roasts. Katashi smirked playfully.
My amazing cooking and I will miss your jokes, newbie.
All right, let's get on with this. Time's ticking by. I got places to be, people to kill.
The airlock door opened with a hiss, and I took a step towards it. Then I turned around. It felt right somehow. After what she'd said about me, I saluted the captain.
Officer, you have served the Everett well, and we thank you for your service. Salute.
As I stepped backwards into the airlock, I could see the rest of the crew standing still in a salute. Beatrix was standing, crying, while her brother stood stoically next to her, holding her. That made me feel worse somehow, like it was my fault. So I failed everyone. This wasn't real. It wasn't happening. But it was. From the speakers, I heard the overhead system count down. Airlock secured. External door opening in 3, 2, 1. Door opening. We did it. So.
Congratulations, Team A! After 3 rounds, you have come out victorious. And that means, Team B, you lose. Congrats!
So sorry.
No. No. I can't have lost.
Beatrix leapt from her chair, pointing at her team.
You guys screwed me.
Now, Trixie. No one likes a sore loser.
This isn't fair.
Beatrix, I'm sorry. No one wants this.
Nicholas became desperate as his sister was now set to be executed. Also eigentlich habe ich eher mit Shizuka gerechnet in der Route, aber okay.
What if we swap places? I'll die. I volunteer.
No, you can't.
I will. If it'll save you.
Nope, not swapsies. Sorries!
But I want to.
Well, you can't. Rules are rules. And besides, this coupon is good for one Beatrix. No substitutions allowed.
Beatrix was glaring at her whole team and had turned her anger onto the rest of us as well.
I'm a medic. What will you do if we're both gone, huh? You can't get by without us.
I felt bad for Beatrix, but it wasn't like we'd taken a vote and decided to kill her. She just lost the game. That could have happened to any of us.
This isn't fair.
Yawn. How many times are you gonna say that? It is fair, sister. So suck it up and spin that wheel.
Dai's big wheel of death appeared and she gestured to it.
Come on, give it a spin.
I can't touch it, you moron.
And you never will, with that negative attitude. Don't worry, Trixie. I'll spin it for you.
Di reached up and pretended to grab the wheel and spin it. It flashed and changed colors as it span, blurring so we couldn't read the options that stayed past the indicator.
Whoops! Looks like I pushed a little too hard. It may never stop spinning at this rate. How about you tell me when to stop and I grab it?
Beatrix was sitting back down, glaring daggers at Di and not saying anything.
No? Geez, awkward. Guess we'll just have to wait.
The wheel must have spun for 2 minutes before it finally started to slow down.
Ooh, here we are. Will you just look at some of these exciting options? Can't wait to see where we end up.
The wheel slowed again, as Di pulled more and more ludicrous surprise faces, like she wasn't in control of the whole thing.
And the winner is... poison! Huh. That's actually kind of boring. But rules are rules. And what do we do when there's rules, Nicholas?
Not break them.
You got it, handsome.
Di pointed dramatically to the door.
To the medical bay.
None of us had any choice but to follow her out and into the corridor.
Beatrix, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, you keep saying.
She won't let me swap, but maybe there's some other way.
In the face of Nicholas' desperation, Beatrix suddenly mellowed. For once, I saw the older sister come out in her.
I never thought I'd say this, but I think maybe we can't win this one, little brother.
No! No! There has to be something we can...
Nicholas, there isn't. Will you look at that? I'm actually being the reasonable one.
Nicholas started to plead with Di, bargaining for his sister's life.
Di? Di, this isn't right. Why can't we?
Nicholas.
I'll die. Right now, right here. I'll find a way to...
I think if you did that, Di would kill Beatrix anyway.
I agree. I don't think suicide will solve anything.
They're right. Nicholas, little brother, no suicide. I forbid it.
Here we are.
We had arrived in the medical bay. We gathered in a cluster by the door, waiting to see what Di was going to do. She couldn't physically give Beatrix any poison, so how was it going to work?
Nicholas, if you would step into the surgery room, we can get started.
I thought you said we couldn't swap.
Well, I did say rules are rules, but I'm not unmoved by your brave offer. So, into the room with you.
Nicholas moved towards the door.
No. No, please.
Too late. Get in.
Even though Beatrix is not a demonstrative person, she pulled her brother into a hug as he moved towards the door. She didn't say anything to him, but her face was bright red from the effort of not crying. Nicholas stepped into the surgery room and Di locked the door behind him.
Nicholas.
Not so fast. Time for a game within a game, I call it. Double Jeopardy.
What? Di, what are you...
Just having a little bit of fun. I've shut down the oxygen to the surgery room. Beatrix Vogel, can you administer yourself a lethal poison dose before your brother runs out of air?
No.
By my count, you have 3 minutes to make yourself dead. Or you could hold out until your brother dies. At which point, one of the others will force you.
I didn't need to explain how that would work. She threatened everyone until someone killed Beatrix.
What's it to be? 1 death or 2? Let's find out. 2 minutes, 45 seconds.
Beatrix looked at her brother inside the surgical room. He was sitting on the bed, peering through the observation window at us. He seemed to be trying to read lips, which meant Di must have cut the sound so he couldn't hear what we were saying.
Did I mention you need to be 100% dead before I turn his oxygen back on? You've got 2.5 minutes.
Beatrix ran into the storeroom.
I knew there must be a way to jazz up a poisoning.
There was a loud clattering from inside the storeroom. It sounded like Beatrix had knocked something over.
All right, I'm ready to take bets. I'll give you 3 to 1 that Trixie makes it in time. No one? What about 11 to 1 that she deliberately lets her brother die?
Real funny, Di.
Not a gambling crowd, eh?
Beatrix emerged from the storeroom, a syringe in her hand. It was full of a substance that was a pale blue. It was a huge vial, obviously the highest dose she could get.
Beatrix Vogel, you have served the Everett in the mission with honor.
Beatrix lifted herself up onto her bed.
We will remember that, and the courage you are showing today.
Katashi,
Katashi stepped forward.
the neck will be quickest. You hold my head like this.
She pulled her head to the one side, so her hair was on her shoulder, and the broad section of her neck exposed. Katashi's large but gentle hands held her that way as she held out the syringe.
Someone, please.
Kimiko stepped forward and took the syringe. Then she looked over to the surgery bay, where Nicholas was banging desperately on the window. The captain took the cap off the syringe and quickly found a vein in Beatrix's long, pale neck. She got the syringe in place and inserted the needle neatly. Beatrix didn't even flinch. Kimiko pushed the liquid into the vein until the syringe was empty.
Thank you.
Once the needle was out, Beatrix blinked a few times and began to fall forward.
Whoa! It's okay, Beatrix. I got you.
He got a stronger grip on Beatrix and helped her to lie back.
That's quicker than I... Ah!
I didn't know what kind of poison she'd used, but it must have been quickly acting and painful. I wondered what it was for and why there was some in the storeroom. It was obviously dangerous.
Ah! Oh, my head.
Salute!
I turned Melody to face me, while the rest of the crew, except Katashi, honored Beatrix with a salute. Kimiko's right, this was a courageous act, and however abrasive Beatrix might have been, she was brave and loyal to her brother.
I can't see. I can't see.
Her eyes were wide open. She was reaching out feebly for Katashi. He was holding onto her when the first spasm came. Katashi held her down, but Yoshiki ducked under his arm and took one of Beatrix's hand in his. Looked over at Nicholas, who was still trying to bang on the observation window, but slumped forward and seemed sluggish.
Oh, God. Oh,
Squeeze my hand. It's okay.
Nicholas.
He's okay. He's still breathing.
We will take care of him, Beatrix. I promise.
Didn't know if Beatrix was still conscious to hear the captain. Her whole body jolted in another spasm, but she didn't cry out in pain.
She's got no grip.
As Nicholas stopped banging, he began to sink down the window, no longer holding himself upright.
Beatrix.
Even the spasms seemed to have stopped.
Beatrix!
Katashi put his ear to her chest, and a hand in front of her mouth and nose.
She's not breathing.
I was so focused on the twins' synchronized deaths. Wait, what? I was so focused on the twins' synchronized deaths that I had forgotten what the cause of them was, until I heard applause and turned to see Dai smiling broadly.
Woo! Now that's what I call a show. Encore! Encore!
She's dead. Di, let him out.
The door to the surgery room opened, and Kimiko and I hurried over. Nicholas was conscious, but the quick, hurried breaths made a wheezing sound as his body was still in panic mode. The captain and I eased him gradually to a sitting position.
She...
I'm so sorry, Nicholas.
Can I?
You want to see her?
Nicholas just nodded. Between the two of us, we were able to help him stand up and walk to the bed where the others stood gathered around Beatrix. Melody held out her hand to touch Beatrix's limp arm.
Why did she ask you to hurt her?
It's complicated.
She was so sad.
Should take Melody back to my room.
Nicholas?
Yes.
I'm sorry that Beatrix has gone away.
So am I. Let us know if there's anything anyone can do. Let us know if there's anything anyone can do. Come on, let's go home.
See you tomorrow. Bright and early for a brand new game.
Komisch, dass wir dafür kein Artwork bekommen haben. Squeezed Melody's hand and led her out of the room before Dai could say any more. Huh? What?
Wake up, sleepyhead. It's time to get up.
Yoshiki had jumped up onto my bed and was now bouncing energetically, careful to avoid clobbering me. Ugh. Given the circumstances, it was a miracle that I slept as soundly as I just had. I wish I was still asleep.
It's time for breakfast.
Can't get my own breakfast when I wake up. Why do I have to come now?
The captain thought it would be nice for us all to enjoy breakfast together for once.
Yoshiki stopped jumping and sat on the edge of my bed, smiling like a fool. So what's for breakfast then? You don't even know?
All I know is that the captain is cooking, and that's super rare.
Is she a good cook?
Meh.
You want me to get up for something that just meh?
Technically, it's the captain that wants you to. And even though it's only passable, it only happens on special occasions.
I guess with Katashi's godlike powers in the kitchen, there's no need for anyone else to cook.
Exactly. This is like a limited time offer that's been extended to you.
Alright, alright. I'm convinced.
I live to eat another day.
Live?
That captain was very frank with her orders. If I were to fail to bring you to breakfast, she suggested I might be finding a new spaceship to live on.
Wait, seriously?
I think it was a joke, but I don't want to take my chances.
I don't either. Maybe next time you should open with that to get me up sooner.
Aw, bestie. You must really love me.
Yoshiki pounced onto me, trapping me in a tight bear hug.
I'll tell the captain you are on your way. See you soon, bestie.
Yoshiki skipped out of my quarters. I wish I could siphon off even a portion of his energy. I heaved myself out of bed and pulled my hair up into a rough ponytail before heading rather hastily to the dining hall. Arrived to find just the captain and Yoshiki. Good morning, Captain.
Good morning. I trust you are well rested.
Amazingly well, considering everything I've witnessed.
Splendid.
Was everyone else?
Everyone else?
Oh, I guess I just assumed that when Yoshiki said the we, he meant all the crew.
Heavens no. I do not want to cook for so many people. I am sorry to disappoint you.
Sorry, bestie. Maybe I wasn't clear enough. It's just us three.
No. I'm not disappointed. In fact, this is far more intimate. I like it. Oops. I saw a smile flicker in the corner of the captain's face as she reached over the table to unveil her cooking efforts.
Cooking is not my forte, but I have made breakfast tacos.
Breakfast tacos? Breakfast tacos? Yoshiki leaned in and whispered so the captain couldn't hear him.
She just means pancakes, really. But she likes to fold them in half and eat them like tacos.
Oh, that's kind of strange. But also adorable.
She's done it ever since we were children.
Yoshiki!
Yes, Captain?
What are you whispering about?
Nothing. I was just telling her how much I love your breakfast tacos.
A slightly raised brow told me that she didn't believe him, but she didn't pursue the matter further.
I've assembled all the toppings you could possibly want. Strawberries, chocolate, and my favorite, sugar.
Wait, just sugar?
My mother always told me that I should have some lemon juice with the sugar, but I believe they are sufficient with just the sugar.
I watched in amazement as the captain poured sugar onto a pancake, which he then proceeded to fold in half and eat as if it were a taco, while excess sugar rained out of the far end. I looked over and saw, to my horror, that Yoshiki was doing the same thing. What a bunch of weirdos. Fine, why not? I've been eating reconstituted meals for most of my life. At least this looks fun.
I hope you enjoy it.
Ah, fröhliche Sprites. I folded my sugar pancake breakfast taco monstrosity and bit into it. It was a little dry in places, but it was surprisingly good. Wow, this is pretty good.
Thank you.
I finished my mouthful and seized the opportunity provided by the lull in conversation. I'm so sorry that I'm not making more headway with the dire situation. Erstmal den Mut kehren. I mean, I'm trying my best, but Ice is already doing everything she can to find anything in her code that we can exploit. My parents' work is just... It's all nonsense, really. I look down at my plate, ashamed of my failure.
Don't be upset.
Why not? I've gotten us nowhere.
That may be so, but you have already done more than we ever could. So please give yourself some credit.
Besides, sad people always end up in a rut.
What do you mean?
If you let yourself drown in your sadness, you will never overcome it. And how will you help us with our problem here if you've drowned?
I wasn't 100% sure how to interpret Yoshiki's analogy.
I think what Yoshiki is trying to say is that a positive mindset is more conducive to progress than a negative one.
Well said.
I guess that makes sense.
However, I believe that negative energy can be harnessed to manipulate the outcome.
I'm sorry, I'm not following.
My mother used to tell me that feelings of depression, especially those associated with difficult problem solving, are a powerful tool to be harnessed and should be welcomed.
Huh? This is now making absolutely no sense.
If we are able to control your depression, to solve it, your thoughts will shift into a more positive space and, more importantly, will boost both your motivation and your creative powers.
So, being depressed is a good thing.
Imagine a clockwork toy car. When you pull it back, it imbues the car with potential energy that makes it fly forward at a greater speed than if you simply pushed it.
Ah. So you're saying that feeling overwhelmed can result in my problem-solving power increasing substantially?
Precisely. Our minds can be double-edged swords. They can be the reason we get into a tangle, but also provide us with the solution to unraveling it.
Well, at least now I have something new to think about, to worry about.
I don't think that was the point.
Wait, you're all having breakfast without me?
So,
Bes-
can you cook anything else other than breakfast tacos?
Are you unhappy with your meal?
Oh no, absolutely not. In fact, I love it so much that I want to see more.
She can also make a very strange dish called Darling's Dinner.
Does it sleep?
Was?
Does it sleep?
She can also make a very strange dish called Darling's Dinner.
Was soll mir die Voiceline sagen?
Does it sleep?
Does it sleep? Does it sleep? What?
Does it sleep? Does it sleep?
Ich will den Sound bräuchte ich aus irgendeinem Alert.
It is a bit strange.
Oh, what is it?
It is a very simple dish that my mother used to make for my father when they were courting.
And judging by that, the captain's mother couldn't cook.
You said you liked my cooking.
I do, promise. It's just a bit weird.
Suspense is killing me. What is it?
I first fill a baking tray with mince and then thin layers of potato over the top before oven baking it.
Minze. Is that it? Minze ist doch einfach Pfefferminze, oder? Was?
I first fill a baking tray with mince and then thin layers of potato over the top before oven baking it.
Beef mince. Rinderhack mit Kartoffeln. Okay. Is that it?
Yes, I told you it was very simple.
Is it seasoned at least?
No, my father preferred his food plain.
So it's oven-baked plain mince with some pieces of potato on top?
Exactly.
Doesn't sound... Aww. I saw the captain's head tilt, anticipating my disappointment. I mean, it sounds just like cottage pie. The captain became immediately thoughtful.
I never thought of it that way. You are right.
Doesn't taste like any pie I've ever had.
Darling's dinner is simply a cottage pie where the potato isn't mashed.
Cottage Pie? Was soll ich mir darunter jetzt vorstellen? Shepherd's Pie. Eine Hackfleischpastete mit einer Kruste oder einem Belag aus Kartoffelpüree englischen Ursprungs. Natürlich ist es was Englisches. Captain was smiling smugly, her cooking skills self-affirmed.
Wait, you're all having breakfast without me?
Yes,
And it is.
Are you?
Why do you want me here, not the other crew members?
You're special.
Ah. Das brauche ich.
You're special.
Das können wir noch als Alert nehmen. How so?
Besides you being the only one we have found drifting through space? In all seriousness, we asked you here because both Yoshiki and I trust you and enjoy your company.
I'm flattered.
You've only been here for a few weeks. But I can't even imagine my life now without my best friend.
Thanks, Yoshiki. The captain broke eye contact from me, and her cheeks flushed deep scarlet.
Neither can I.
Ah. Felt my face mirroring hers, and I tried to hide my huge grin, but must have failed pretty badly as Yoshiki caught onto the vibe pretty quickly.
Oh.
The captain and I sat in silence, avoiding eye contact while Yoshiki bounced in his seat, humming.
Kimmy and best friend sitting in a tree.
Gott, du bist echt wie Melody. Just as I thought the tension would last forever, we were saved by the bell. Kind of.
Wait, you're all having breakfast without me?
Would you like a breakfast taco Dai?
Oh, I would love one. Thank you, Yoshiki.
Yoshiki offered a breakfast taco to Dai, whose hand went straight through when she tried to take it.
Drat! I almost forgot. Hologram hands.
Maybe one day.
Wait, is that even possible?
Dai's interest peaked.
Of course. The Everett's AI system has hard light capability.
Uh-oh. The captain struck Yoshiki hard on the back of the head.
Ah! Captain?
At the rate you are going, Yoshiki, I will kill you with my own hands before Dai ever has the chance.
Captain, normally I would scold you for interrupting Yoshiki. What he was saying was quite interesting, but I must say, you threatening to kill him with your own hands? Meow.
What do you want exactly, Dai?
More details about you on top of Yoshiki. Hands around his neck as he gasped for air. His eyes rolling back into his head.
I trailed off and began drooling, a far-away look in her eyes.
You wouldn't, would you?
Yoshiki looked at the captain, panicked.
Of course not, Yoshiki. Dai is simply creating her own grotesque fantasy.
Most men would be flattered to exist in my fantasies, Yoshiki.
I'm sorry, I'm not ungrateful. I just like living.
You can't have it both ways, mister. That is so rude.
Yoshiki began scrambling to apologize to Dai when the captain interrupted.
Dai, why are you here?
The new deletion game, of course.
Of course. How could I forget?
I have already alerted the rest of the crew, and they should be arriving in 3, 2, 1.
Just as Dai predicted, Katashi and Shizuka entered through the door, Melody and Tao. Yoshiki was looking at Dai, gobsmacked.
It's like your magic.
Want me to make you disappear?
You can do that?
She is implying that she will murder you. Also, she is the ship's AI. She monitors everyone's location at all times.
Captain, you should never give away a magician's secrets.
You are far from that.
The captain and Dai continued to squabble as the lifeless husk of Nicholas dragged himself into the room, giving us a complete head count.
Wonderful, everyone's here. Let's just get straight to business, eh? Allow me to introduce you all to this week's game, Vampire Children. Be sure to listen well. This game is my favorite one to date.
ja, die Videos sind immer gut,
Vampire Children
kurz
is
Pause
played
zu
over
machen.
3 cycles. No, after. Any question? Excellent.
I suddenly stepped out of the room and the broadcast opened overhead where we could all hear Dai using her best customer service voice.
We understand that you have a choice in deletion game carrier and want to thank you all so much for choosing the Die Deletion game service. We murder for your satisfaction, and we look forward to servicing you again this Sunday.
Run!
Huh? Huh? What? Why? I rubbed my eyes frantically as I jolted awake. What the hell is that?
This has to be your fault somehow, Yoshiki!
I didn't know this would happen.
Was standing on a pile of rubble as I watched 2 huge robots fighting. One that resembled Dai and the other... a rice cooker? I stood in disbelief as the 2 robots clashed. The Dai robot was using a large spinning metal pizza cutter like a saw, piercing the rice cooker. How was this even possible? Where was I? Kaname Date. Kaname Date. This is... Kaname Date. Huh?
I need your help.
Huh? Wait, what? Where did the robots go?
Robots?
I look around the room. No robots to be seen. Ha! It was just a dream. Just no giant Dai robot, right? The captain's face responded with a quizzical look at my question.
I surely hope not.
Okay, good. My breathing was returning to normal. It turns out robot brawls really get the heart pumping. Mental note for when we get out of this situation. Start a giant robot fighting reality show. Make millions.
Are you okay?
Yeah, sorry. Just having some strange dreams.
Very well. I was hoping you could help me with something.
Yes, of course. Let's go back and walk through.
Wonderful. Please get dressed and meet me on the bridge.
The captain swiftly glided out of my quarters, and I managed to get dressed and presentable in mere minutes. The captain was standing with an air of unease about her when I arrived.
Thank you for providing your assistance at this early hour.
Early hour? What time is it exactly?
A little past 4 a.m.
Huh? Why am I always awake so early? The captain chuckled at my complaint before continuing.
I am facing rising concerns about the black hole. Just over a week ago, I made the choice to stay on course towards the black hole.
Ach, das? Yes, I remember. And your argument made sense. So what's the problem?
We will be at the closest point to the black hole tomorrow just after 4 a.m. and... people are already dying on my watch. I don't want to sentence the entire crew to death at once.
Captain, I'm sure that Shizuka will be able to navigate us through. No. Oops. We should easily be able to avoid the... Ach, komm. Skip mir heute mal wieder.
Time. But... Thank you. Thank you. You are dismissed and can return to your quarters, if you wish.
Well, I'm already up now. Besides, you look like you could do with some company.
That is very selfless of you. I appreciate it.
I awkwardly stood there for a moment, thinking about what to say. It was probably best to avoid talking about the black hole any further.
I am most suited for the role of captain.
You're an amazing captain. I don't think anyone else here could even compete. But if you could choose anything, what would it be?
On this ship only?
Anything, even back on Earth. Any profession.
I have never really considered this. Please give me a moment.
The captain's lip pulled taut as she gave the matter's thought.
Does it matter if I am not qualified for the role?
Not at all. Just say what you want. Just say what you would want to do. Well?
Promise not to laugh?
Promise.
A musician.
Wait, really?
Yes.
Like a classical musician? A violinist or pianist? Or something?
No, like a rock star.
I was taken aback, to say the least. The captain, the strict, rule-following captain? A rock star?
Technically, I would more likely lean towards punk rock.
Punk rock? Do you even know this woman? So, what instrument would you play?
I have always favored the bass guitar, and I would also like to do the vocals.
I must say, this is unexpected. You're full of surprises, Captain.
Is that a good thing?
I would say so. I beamed at the captain, who blushed gently back. Well, I'd best get some work done today, so if I may excuse myself from your wonderful company, I'll get right on it. So,
I am...
What was your father like?
My father was born Zakuro Moriyama, and he married my mother at the military academy they attended at the age of 23. He was a wonderful man, and he died when I was 10 years old.
I'm sorry to hear that. How did he die?
Suicide.
Oh, shit. What?
My father killed himself. And then Andreas Gunther Vogel watched over me until I could take full command of the ship, similar to a regency.
Wait, did he kill himself?
My father felt incredible guilt after the incident involving my mother. He felt somewhat responsible and it ate away at him.
He used to be the most buoyant man on the ship. He was always laughing, but it soon stopped. In the end, he couldn't even look someone in the eye without breaking down. I'm so sorry, that sounds horrible.
Yes, well, everyone has family, and most are complicated.
I have one more question.
Yes?
If your father's last name was Moriyama, was your mother's Yukimori? Ah, shit. Is that why you Kimiko Yukimori?
My mother's last name was Yukimura.
However, when on the ship, both she and my father were addressed as Yukimori. So I have a different last name from both your parents?
No, I have a combination. I have Yuki from my mother and Mori from my father.
That's so sweet.
It's 2117. Both men's and women's lineage are weighted equally.
Oh, wie konnte ich das vergessen? Yeah, of course. Our children could all be adorable mixtures of our names. Uh-oh.
Our children?
The captain's face flushed a deep red, as if she were thinking seriously about the possibilities. So, how was your mother?
My mother? Why would you ask about my mother?
Well, she was the one who wrote Dice Code. You never know what might be useful.
Very well. My mother, Ayumi Yukimura, was born on Earth. At the age of 23, she married my father, Zakuro Moriyama, at the Tanishi Military Academy. She died at age 35 aboard this ship from stab wounds she sustained after an altercation with Agnes Helga Vogel.
That's all very clinical. What was she actually like?
She was cold.
Really?
My mother was always concerned about the mission above all else. It was her highest priority at all times.
She was the captain.
I understand that now. But as a child, as her child, I felt that my very existence was nothing more than an order delivered to her, and not necessarily one received well.
I'm sure she loved you. She was your mother, after all.
Regardless of her lack of affection, she still taught me and raised me well by any standards, even if it was only until I was 6. She made me the woman you see before you today.
I'm eternally grateful to her, of that much, I'm sure. Smiled widely at the captain, who blushed at my words. Well, I had best get some work done today, so if I may excuse myself right from your wonderful company, I got right on it.
That sounds like a superb idea. I do admire your work ethic.
Is it the only thing you admire?
For now.
The captain gave me a tentative smile, though each was more confident than the last. I left the bridge and stood for a moment in the hallway to consider my options. I could try to make some headway on the die deactivation code, or perhaps work more on decrypting the pocket watch. Oh, Stanilos. The activation code. I knew the die was the most pressing issue facing us right now. We need to shut down die. That's priority number 1.
Well, that's just rude.
Okay, what the fuck? Das hat mich kurz erschrocken. Die appeared in front of me, suspended upside down from the ceiling. Die, what are you doing?
Oh, this? I saw it in an old movie on the computer's archive. I think we're supposed to kiss now?
Oh, sie hat Spider-Man geguckt. I'm not kissing you.
Joke's on you. You couldn't even if you tried. I'm incorporeal. Whee!
What do you want, Die?
What do I want? I just overheard you plotting my demise, which I'm still taking seriously, even though you were talking to yourself. Cuckoo.
Die swung upright while making crazy faces that were meant to provoke me.
Seriously, though, who talks to themselves? You know you can have that conversation in your head, and then we won't all think you're crazy.
Just for the sake of clarity.
It's because you're lonely. No friends, right? Like, who can you really trust on this ship?
Who could either be lonely with you hanging around all the time, Die?
Aw, that's so sweet. Now I wish I could kiss you. No, wait. Kiss is the wrong word. Strangle? Yeah, strangle.
What do you want, Die? I have things to do.
Yes. In regards to your busy schedule of die murdering, I came to save you some time. You can't.
What?
There's no way to shut me down. Well, specifically, there's no way that anyone on this ship will ever have the required permission to access the data required to shut me down. So, don't bother. Enjoy your, what are likely your last days alive doing what humans do best. Eating, drinking, and converting oxygen into carbon dioxide.
We'll beat you, Die.
Rawr. Girl, you're making me all hot and bothered up in here.
They closed the distance between our faces until there was barely any electrons wide to spare.
I welcome the challenge.
With those words, Die scattered into glimmering light particles, my hope vanishing with her. She almost certainly right. I suppose my time would be better spent on the watch. I turned back towards the lab to give the pocket watch another once over. I pulled a stool out from under one of the benches and started swiping through the tablet and rummaging through papers. It was always the same stuff. Pocket watch, interdimensional travel, research solutions, but never a mention of how it worked. I wish my parents had been better note-takers. Just as the frustration was setting in, the captain entered.
Hello.
Oh, Captain, hello.
How goes the research?
I'm starting to question why I even bother.
Not well then, I take it. Perhaps it might be time for you to take a break.
I'm not sure I should
I was thinking of having an evening picnic in the Eco Lounge. Something sweet to eat, a stunning view, and hopefully some company.
You know, that sounds amazing. Pretty sick and tired of getting nowhere here.
I'm sorry for that. But I would also be grateful for your company. I'm sorry.
So what time is this evening picnic?
Now.
But it's on... I glance at the time. Oh, 9 p.m.
Yes, no one has seen you all day. Not even to eat.
Guess I'm well overdue for a meal then.
I suppose you are.
I returned the precious watch to its usual place in my pocket and followed the captain out. When we arrived at the Eco Lounge, I could see that the captain had already prepared the picnic. A small red blanket lay on the hilltop, along with an assortment of snacks and drinks. We sat on opposite corners of the blanket and admired the view in silence. Do you have picnics often?
Not particularly. I usually eat meals either in the dining hall or on the bridge.
How many picnics have you had?
Including this one? 7. But 3 of those I don't remember.
You were young?
Yes, I was. I used to have a birthday picnic with my father every year. However, after my mother died, we stopped.
So these are for special occasions only?
I guess you could say that.
So...
I must be honest. I have asked you here for a reason.
Oh, it wasn't just to feed me. I feel betrayed. My joke made the captain smile, but I could see it did little to dispel her unease. Captain, what's wrong?
We might die tomorrow. You might die tomorrow.
That's how the game works.
I need to get this off my chest before that can happen.
Oh, baby. What is it?
I have very strong feelings for you.
Yes! The captain struggled to get the words out, but she soldiered on.
I was hoping that maybe you would like to share my quarters tonight?
Yes! Captain...
You can call me Kimi in my company. I'm sorry. I really shouldn't be so forward.
Kimi, I would love to.
Really?
You're right, we might both be dead tomorrow, so let's make the most of tonight. Kimiko placed her hand on mine, sandwiching it between soft blanket and even softer skin. Oh, and holding. Upon finishing our picnic, we wandered dreamily back to Kimiko's quarters.
We might...
Yes. So, do evening picnics look the same as morning ones?
Of course they look the same. We are in deep space.
Haha, can't deny that you're right.
If we were on Earth and slaves to the sun's routine, then I imagine they would look different. But we are not.
I've always wondered what a sunrise or sunset looks like.
Me too. Just 2 of the many things we will never experience.
But we will also see many things that others couldn't dream of. A motion towards the lounge glass windows and the infinite open space beyond it.
You are right. It is all perspective.
I smiled at the captain, who was now gazing out into space.
I must be honest. I have asked you here for a reason.
Okay, also hier fängt's schon an.
Of course.
What's on the menu today?
Today's picnic consists of a big apple slice and fruit juice.
Nice. That sounds delicious. I've never tried an apple slice.
It is one of my favorite dishes.
I've eaten so much amazing food since arriving on the Everett.
One of the many benefits of having Katashi survive the deletion games.
Sehr logisch durchdacht. We had best keep him alive. Enjoy eating like a queen.
I must be honest. I have asked you here for a reason. We might die tomorrow. You might die tomorrow.
That's how the game works.
I need to get this off my chest before that can happen.
What is it?
I have very strong feelings for you.
The captain struggled to get the words out, but she soldiered on.
I was hoping that maybe you would like to share my quarters tonight.
Captain.
You can call me Kimi in my company. I'm sorry. I really shouldn't be so forward.
Kimi, I would love to.
Really?
You're right. We might both be dead tomorrow, so let's make the most of it tonight. Kimiko placed her hand on mine, sandwiching it between soft blanket and even softer skin. Upon finishing our picnic, we wandered dreamily back to Kimiko's quarters.
Thank you again.
Oh, Baby. Das kennen wir schon. Smiled at our captain.
Thank you.
Smiled at our captain.
Oh, one last thing. And I'm sorry if it seems pedantic.
What's that?
You have to sleep on the left side. The right side is mine.
Why the right side?
That way, when I wake up, I always get out on the right side of the bed.
That wasn't how the expression worked, but I was sure she knew that. I smiled at how adorable she was. Very well, very well. I'm sure that I can accommodate you. I laid the pocket watch gently on the bedside table before double checking that I was definitely getting into the left side of the bed. It wasn't long before Kimiko slipped in beside me. Ah. Wie in Filmen. Beim besten Teil wird abgeschnitten. I woke up to an empty bed. Naturally, Kimiko was already up and about. I rolled over and checked the time. 4:23 a.m. It would appear that I was setting a dangerous new precedent for my body. I turned over and forced my eyes shut, but there was an annoying light filling up the room. I opened my eyes to see that what it was interrupting my sleep cycle. The room was bathed in an eerie green light. What the? It was then that I noticed that the light emanated from the bedside table, from the pocket watch. The pocket watch. I fought against the sheets as I tried to hamper my progress, eventually freeing myself and grabbing the pocket watch. All the LEDs were now lit up green, and the little panels now showed numbers 24 and 42. This is the breakthrough I've been waiting for. I leapt off the bed and danced on the spot. Press the button. Didn't hesitate before pressing the buttons. I found myself on the floor of my quarters, feeling incredibly nauseous. I slowly got to my feet, careful not to exacerbate my feeling of illness. I looked around the room, saw the time on a digital display on the wall. 10:32 a.m.? Huh? It appeared that after pressing the buttons, I was unconscious for hours. Wait a second. I looked around the room for the pocket watch. I started to scramble in a panic when I realized it was simply sitting on the bedside table. I placed the watch in my pocket and headed towards the dining hall. A feeling of dread washed over me as I realized I was late. The deletion game would have already started. I quickly sprinted towards the dining hall without stopping for anyone or anything. All thought of the watch was clear out of my mind by that stage. As I approached the doorway, I could hear Dai's voice booming from the dining hall.
Are you accusing me of cheating?
Yes, I am. You are cheating. I should have lost. I did lose. Kill me!
What had I missed? Did I play a game without me? Fear consumed me as I burst into the dining hall, worried about Kimiko. What's happening? I stood, taking the scene that was unfolding in front of me. Beatrix was standing closest to me. Beatrix?
Is that you?
You alive?
You're a girl? An attractive girl.
What? Of course I am. The girl part, that is. I turned my eyes away from Beatrix and scanned the room. My eyes settled on... Male me? Can I have that? Yeah, and you are? Kaname Date. The pocket watch worked. This is great. We did it. We did it. I grabbed the hands of my male doppelganger and we jumped up and down gleefully in celebration our breakthrough. Kaname Dates? Yeah?
I hate to interrupt this moment you're having with yourself, but I have a job to do and, as such, I have to kill you. Well, one of you at least.
Uh-oh. Wait, we lost the game? Oh, this is so good. Well, yeah, Kimiko and I were the vampires and we failed to create enough vampire babies. Wait, Kimiko will die as well?
See? Even the girl knows I'm supposed to die too.
I'm sorry, Capitan, but you won't be dying today.
But I lost the game. It is in the rules.
Right, I don't understand. You want to die?
If you were dying, then I want to die too. And I should. It is the
Oops.
If you were dying, then I want to die too. And I should. It is the rules.
I thought back to the rules of vampire children. Wait, that's right. If this was a Bonnie and Clyde scenario, and you lost both, both should die. Right, Die? I looked over at Die, who seemed to be nervous for the first time ever.
I don't remember saying that.
But you did. What's wrong? Why don't you want to kill the captain?
That was never a rule.
But it was. Look. The male version of myself pulled out an identical tablet to the one I owned and played a recording of the Vampire Children video. And indeed, there it was. Why was Di lying? Here she was, clearly disregarding her own rules, plain as day.
Enough!
I once had an ounce of respect for you, Dai. At least you stuck to the rules before, but now...
Di grew more furious with every word spoken.
You will die now.
Not before you kill me!
The captain threw herself in anger at Di's projection, who flickered as Kimiko passed through her. Kimi, please, let me die alone. I would rather you live.
I never want to experience a day without you.
The captain and my male self embraced. I could see their tears mingling as they streamed down their tightly pressed cheeks. Sacrifice yourself to save the other me. Let me die instead. Does this count as selfless act?
Wait, what?
I'm Kanamedate. Kanamedate is supposed to die. Let me die.
Is that even allowed, Dai?
Well, they don't really train you for this scenario at the academy, so I'm going to have to make an executive decision.
And?
A death is a death. Woo!
My heart sank as I realized that I just signed my own death warrant. Myself, I can't thank you enough.
I will never forget your kindness. You have made me so happy.
Warte. Ist es dann der Punkt? Kann es sein, dass Dimension 42 die hier ist? Oh, da müssen wir gleich, das müssen wir nachschauen. Your happiness is all I ever wanted, Kimi. Kimiko was caught off guard by my uses of our intimate name for her, and she blushed deeply.
Your dimension's version of me is a very lucky girl.
I smiled fondly, picturing Kimi sleeping carefree next to me.
Ick, gross. Come on, it's time to kill you.
I was bouncing up and down on the spot impatiently. Alright. Thank you, Kanamedate. This gives me more time to solve that problem. His head nodded in Dai's direction. I hope you have more luck than I did. I nodded at myself, and I turned back to Dai. Alright, get on with it.
Yay, goody.
Dai made an extravagant flourish, popping her wheel into existence.
It's time to spin the wheel.
That all too familiar wheel started spinning, but it didn't bother me. I was quite calm. Knowing that I was saving myself was comforting in some strange way.
And the winner is...
Everything became blur before shrinking to a single point and vanishing. Wait, what? Oh. Let the other me die. Uh-oh. Bestimmt werde ich trotzdem sterben. I stood motionless as I watched another version of me accepting his death as well as he could. Dai summoned her wheel, and the male me was summarily sentenced to death.
Well, this was Kill me, please! Die, please! Everyone is dismissed. Please prepare yourselves for the announcement of the new deletion game tomorrow. I said kill me! Ugh, how many times have I told you? Stop breaking your own rules! This again.
The other began silently filling out of the dining hall, while the captain remained adamant about convincing Dai to let her die. The captain knelt on the floor, sobbing uncontrollably. Oh, oder wir bringen sie um. It was now just the three of us in the dining hall.
Look, I'll let you in on a secret, okay? Because I like you.
Kimiko lifted up her head slowly, rivulets of salty tears converging at the top of her chin.
You're right. I can't kill you.
What?
When your delightful mother created me, I was given 2 directives. The first was to ensure that the mission was a success.
I was stunned that Dai was being so open. Perhaps it was because she was flustered at being accused of breaking her own rules.
And the second directive, which was to override the priority of the first directive without exception, was to ensure that my daughter lives. The mission's success plays second fiddle to your survival at all times, no matter the cost.
That's why you're still killing people?
Ding, 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 ding! I surfaced when we no longer had sufficient resources to maintain the current headcount for the mission. But then I realized that we can actually run the mission with the skeleton crew and, better yet, it statistically increases the probability of you living out a full life. Ding, 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 ding! I surfaced when we no longer had sufficient resources to maintain the current headcount for the mission. But then I realized that we can actually run the mission with the skeleton crew and, better yet, it statistically increases the probability of you living out a full life.
You were killing the crew so that I will live longer?
The captain's internal conflict was palpable.
My mother prioritized me over the success of the mission?
I guess she did. Who would have thought?
Kimiko and I were both reeling at the revelation. The reason why Dai killed was not simply resource related.
Wow! I can't believe how good it feels to finally get this off my chest. The truth really does set you free.
Kimiko was no longer listening to Dai. Her attention turned to me. Her face was gaunt and pale. Uh-oh. Kaname Date? Yes, Captain?
Do you still have the pocket watch? Is it functional?
Pulled out the pocket watch and saw that it was still lit up, just like this morning. All white in a different reality. Yes, it is.
May I please have a look at it?
Uh-oh. Of course. I handed the watch over to Kimiko, who inspected it, intrigued.
And you said that this button activates it?
Uh-oh. The captain indicated to the button on the top. I nodded in response. I have no understanding of how to control its destination.
Oh? What have we got here?
Dai was now peering over the captain's shoulder with interest.
Thank you. You have been an integral part of this mission.
My cheeks glowed with embarrassment. Well, thanks, Captain. It's real...
Dai, lock down the dining hall.
Ist das die Psychopathen-Kimiko-Timeline? The captain spun on her heels and left the room.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Dining hall now in lockdown. Dai appeared on the other side of the dining hall door along with the captain. I could just hear the conversation through the door.
Now what, Capitan?
You cannot kill me, correct?
Correct.
Will you stop me from killing others? Rather, would you kill at my command?
Oh, Captain, I thought you'd never ask. You've got me weak at the knees here.
Very well. Could you do me a favor and clean up the dining hall for me?
With pleasure, Captain.
Disinfection cycle in the dining hall will commence. Oh Gott, wir werden auch gekocht. No, Captain, please. Di appeared in the dining hall with me. She seemed honestly sad.
Sorry.
Are you really? The dining hall, the warning lights and klaxon activated. I felt the temperature in the room rise rapidly.
It might be hard to believe, but yeah, kinda. I actually have a soft spot for you, but you heard the captain. I can't override a direct order.
I shrugged non-committedly as the effort it took to draw breath increased.
I'd like to stay with you as you die, though.
I don't really have a choice in the matter. I couldn't make you leave, even if I wanted.
Do you want me to leave?
Thought about it for a moment. No, I don't want to die alone.
Okay, I'll keep you company.
Thanks. Die. The heat made my eyes sting, so I closed them. I could feel my skin and hair burning in patches. I thought I could feel the sensation of my blood boiling in my veins. Through the haze, I thought I could hear Di begin to sing.
Playing a game with hearts and minds. All is lost in the sands of time. Love and betrayal in the depths of space. Quantum movements take their shape. Suicide by hanging on hopes and doubts. We are deleted.
You're my hero, and technically also your own. Sacrifice yourself to save yourself? You may be dead, but take heed in knowing that you live on. I'll leave till later. Couldn't bring myself to do it. My sense of caution had grown too strong recently. I tried to calm myself, to approach this with some semblance of reason, but my mind was in a whirlwind of thought. I had to speak to the voice of reason herself. She was probably on the bridge. And surprisingly, I found both Kimiko and Shizuka on the bridge, engrossed in their activities. Good morning.
One moment, please.
Captain, we're now beyond the black hole's ergosphere and should be largely out of its gravitational influence in approximately 8 hours.
That is fantastic news, Shizuka.
I've reconfigured the ship's route manually, taking into account fluctuations in gravitational pull. With no obstructions apparent on our long-range scanners, it should be smooth sailing from here out.
Again, well done, Shizuka.
Can I go back to bed now?
Of course. You have earned it.
Shizuka yawned, throwing her head back in exaggerated exhaustion.
Good night, Captain.
Night, Shizuka. She wandered off the bridge, and I approached Kimiko.
Good morning, honey.
Good morning, Kimmy. She reached out to pull me into a passionate kiss. Oh, bold move. After what felt like a century, she relinquished her grip on me and placed her hands on my chest, just below my shoulders. Okay.
Why are you not asleep? Do you miss me too much?
Kimiko beamed. Actually, I came to seek your professional counsel.
Oh?
I removed the watch from my pocket, proffering it to Kimiko. She regarded it with awe as it sat in her hands, softly glowing.
So it works?
I don't know. I haven't pressed any buttons since the lights turned on. Kimiko nodded in approval.
If there is any doubt in your mind or gaps in your knowledge, it is wise to delay action for the time being.
What do you suggest I do? Kimiko's forehead screwed up in thought.
Nothing.
What?
You have already had the opportunity to do something, and you have also chosen to do nothing.
I did nothing because I didn't know what to do.
And do you know what to do now?
Well, no. You haven't exactly given me any guidance.
Would you prefer I pander to you?
No.
Just like you, I am not sure what the correct course of action here would be, and so I would not press the button. How about we set some rules?
Rules? I'm not following, sorry.
The pocket watch is currently active, but we are not going to press the button. But perhaps if the right conditions were met, we should.
I'm starting to see what you're getting at.
If one of us loses the deletion game today, that person should press the button before the execution, in the hopes that it will save us.
I'm not in agreement.
Until we are face to face with certain death, I am not willing to risk you, to risk us.
Also, and if it doesn't do anything?
Then I am thankful for the night we spent in each other's arms, and will die a happy woman.
Smiled, the image of the night before still fresh in my mind.
From the look on your face, you will be dying a happy woman too.
Was still shocked at how forward she was now. There was nothing between us anymore. Moments later, Kimiko transitioned back to the role of stern captain.
The game will be occurring later today. It would be best that you rest up beforehand. I need that brain of yours at peak performance.
And what about you?
I am well rested. Besides, someone should stay here to ensure we avoid being sucked into a black hole.
I honestly think...
No arguments.
I was just about to say that I think I'm going to sleep on your side of the bed. There's nothing you can do about it. Stuck my tongue out at Kimiko playfully, then turned and ran before she could react. Kimiko's room was much like mine. The only difference was that she had the luxury of an adjoining ensuite. It must be nice not having to leave your room to take a shower. I slid onto her side of the bed, smiling as if taking part is something devious before slipping the pocket watch into the bedside table drawer. The pillow next to my head smelled like Kimiko, a sweet mix of vanilla and strawberries. I inhaled deeply, savoring the moment.
Hey!
Huh? Dai? Is that you?
Wake up, boring sleepyhead.
Dai sat cross-legged at the end of the bed, looking mid-tantrum. What time is it?
Time for you to be awake!
Fine then.
So, do you want to hear what I have to say or not?
Didn't really want to hear anything, so I'm here in my room with the door locked.
Your room, eh? Take a look around you.
I scoffed for a second before catching myself and realizing that I was still in the captain's bed. I sat bolt upright immediately, face blazing hot.
I already went to your quarters to wake you up after my PA announcement, but believe it or not, you weren't there. The captain then hinted to me that you might be here, after I assigned her role for today's game.
Play dumb. Wait, this is the captain's bed? How did I get here?
Nice attempt. I never mentioned whose bed you were in, though, so better luck next time.
Oh shit. Sie was komplett outsmarted. Ground. I should have known not to try to outsmart an AI.
I are.
Fine, you caught me. I slept here last night. They gave me a big thumbs up.
Well done.
Danke. Well done for what?
Betting the captain, of course.
I cackled silently at the combination of outrage and embarrassment on my face.
What? Don't be so upset. I'm congratulating you. You've been where few dare to venture.
What are you implying?
You aimed high, despite the obvious risk to your physical health. I respect that.
Can you just tell me what you want?
I'm here to tell you your role in the next round of the deletion game Vampire Children.
And?
Sorry, but you lost out this time.
Damn, that means I'm the vampire.
I said you lost.
So wait, I'm not the vampire?
Yup, sucks to be you. Or rather, soon to be sucking on you.
Good one, Dai pretended to pet the top of my head.
I know it was. My programming means that my witty responses are in the top 0.01% of high-quality retorts. Now, I have better things to do than talk to you any further.
Thanks.
Good day to you.
Di disappeared from the head of the bed. Her voice came over the loudspeaker a second later.
Thank you all for your cooperation. You are now free to pass the time as you please. The game will commence in 2 hours. Good luck!
2 hours before the execution. More like. Wasn't as worried as I normally would be, though, knowing that our trump card lay there, safe in the bedside table. Kimiko burst into the room. Kaname date. What is it?
I am the vampire.
So you knew who the vampire was? It wasn't great that I had to be one of us, but we could make the most of it by partnering up. Don't worry, this is the situation that we were discussing earlier.
You are happy partnering with me? Are you sure?
Of course. You and I will partner up, becoming Bonnie and Clyde. From that point, we just need to be sure to turn everyone, which is completely possible.
If we turn everyone, neither of us will die.
Exactly.
Thank you. Thank you for not giving up on me.
Kimiko held onto my hands tightly. We can win, I promise. Kimiko nodded, pulling herself up out of my embrace.
I still have some business I need to attend to on the bridge before the game begins. In the meantime, go and use my shower to relax. I will return shortly.
I'll be here. Ah, ich kann mir vorstellen, was passiert. Es kommt... Ich sage Psycho. Kimiko taucht auf und bringt uns um. Oh nein. We exchange... Ich lerne hier neue Wörter. Clandestine. Oh, heimlich. Clandestine. Okay. We exchanged clandestine smiles as she left. A shower. Far more excited about this than I should be. Although something so trivial, I was quite excited about the prospect of showering in the captain's quarters. I imagined unfathomable luxury awaiting me. It was even better than expected. Spent a good part of the next hour in another universe. Somehow, I now felt really positive about the upcoming game. Felt ready to tackle the day head-on. Just as I pulled on my last of my clothes, I saw a flash of light on the other side of the bathroom door. I cautiously poked my head into the room and called out for the captain. Kimi? Ah, shit. Kimiko was indeed standing in the center of the room. She looked gaunt and expressionless. Kimi, have you finished all your errands early? Kimiko approached. I walked over to embrace her, but she pushed past my open arms to place a finger against my lips, indicating I should stop speaking and stop talking. She leaned in closer. I could smell the vanilla and strawberry scent on her, just like a pillow, and her warm breath tickled my neck. I relaxed into her, letting the warm air wash over. Ach, scheiße. White-hot pain radiating from my core, shattering the serenity of the moment. Looking down in slow motion, I discovered the hilt of a knife protruding from my stomach. Blood trickled from the wound onto the floor. Stumbling backwards, a slipping in the rapidly growing pool that blossomed out from my feet. Kimiko stood over me with empty eyes. She crouched down to whisper into my ear.
In no world are we together.
With a sickening sucking sound, she withdrew the knife from my stomach. From where I lay, I saw Kimiko disappear into the bathroom that I just emerged from. I tried to stifle the bleeding with my hands, but the blood spilled freely between my fingers. My breathing was labored, taking too much energy to sustain that as well as my muscles. My arms dropped to my sides, letting my blood flow unabated. I knew that I must be close to death, because I could have sworn that I saw Kimiko come into the room via the main entrance, right after she went into the bathroom that had only one exit. I was surely hallucinating. Kimiko screamed in terror when she saw the puddle that I lay in. Kimiko hauled me up to her lap. Her voice was high, desperate.
I get here. She's not in right now. Can I take a measure? What the hell, Captain? She's not in right now. Can I take a measure? What the hell, Captain?
Get Nicholas! Now!
A bit too late to regret your actions now there, Cap.
I did not do this!
I did not hit her. I did not. Oh, hi, Mark.
I don't sense anyone in the vicinity of your room right now except for you, Captain.
We can deal with that after. Please, go now! Hurry!
Fine, but only because I want to, not because you told me to. I need my contestants alive for this next game. It's the best so far, and I don't want it ruined like this. Sheesh.
Dai disappeared in a flash, clear as spurred on by the captain's panic.
Come on. Do not give up on me.
Kimiko shook me, trying to stop me from drifting off. I was feeling so sleepy though. My head nodded forward, infinitely heavy. Me.
Don't try to talk. Just stay awake. Nicholas will be here shortly. This is merely a flesh wound.
Reassurance made me feel better, even though I felt like floating off more than ever. Saw a glint of steel flash behind her. I couldn't react. My body was so heavy. Ah, shit. Keep me behind. My words of warning never made it past my lips. Couldn't move a muscle to save her, even though she was easily within arm's reach. The approaching wave of darkness washed over me, blissful and cold. Okay. Ne, das ist viel. Okay, das mit dem ganzen Essen und so. Ah, jetzt habe ich overwritten. Naja. Okay, da waren wir auch alles schon. Okay, hier kommen wir irgendwie auch nicht weiter. Dann will ich mal Switch to Boy probieren. An der Stelle sterben ja auch. I don't know what would happen should I press the buttons. Perhaps I should seek counsel first. Pocketed the watch again and plotted a course to the bridge, where I knew I would find reliable guidance on the matter. I found the captain and Shizuka busying themselves with panels and monitors at the helm of the bridge.
Are we on course?
Yes, Captain. Our trajectory is nearing the closest point to the black hole and will be in its gravitational influence for T-minus 6.5 hours.
Should there be any problems?
Our navigational equipment confirms that our path is clear, and there are no nearby debris fields to worry about.
Perfect. Lock the course in and keep me updated if anything changes.
I decided that now was the best time to interject. Good morning, Captain. Shizuka?
Greetings.
Shizuka did not look happy to see me.
If he's up, why couldn't he be doing this? I could still be asleep, you know.
Shizuka, you are the only qualified navigator. It makes sense that you would, you know, navigate.
Shizuka heaved a great sigh as she returned to the monitor in front of her.
How can I help you?
It was slightly off-putting that the captain could mask so effortless what had transpired between us. I actually came to seek your counsel.
And I am actually pretty busy at the moment. How important is this?
I would say of vital importance. Could see the captain felt the impact of my purposely weighted words. She dismissed Shizuka so that we could have some space to talk.
What is it? What's wrong?
The pocket watch. I think it's working. Pulled the watch from my pocket and showed it to Kimiko. She examined the watch, not a glimmer of emotion showing on those stony features. She could be impenetrable sometimes.
I see.
She handed the watch back to me.
And why do you need my counsel?
Well, how dangerous do you think it is?
What makes you suppose that it is dangerous?
I don't know. I guess I just always assumed that the unknown is dangerous.
So, there is a chance that it is not dangerous at all?
That's possible for sure.
Perhaps you need to sit on this a little longer before making a decision.
You're right, as usual. Thanks, Kimmy. Thanked Kimiko one last time before leaving the bridge. Back in my quarters, I sat resolutely at the end of my bed, holding a pocket watch at eye level, trying to look inside it for the answers I sought. Minutes dragged out into hours.
Yoo-hoo! You there? Hello?
I shook my head, breaking out of my trance-like state, finding Dai stood before me.
Celebration time! He's alive after all.
Dai, what do you want?
Well, if you were listening to my announcement over the PA, which you clearly weren't, you would know that I'm here to inform you if you've made the cut for the vampire team.
Oh. No, I didn't hear that. Sorry.
Is your PA system broken or something?
I shrugged.
Hang on a second. Let me just check.
Dai shouted over the top of the sound.
No, it definitely works. It seems that you are either incredibly rude or you're trying to avoid me.
The noise cut out, leaving my ears ringing. Sorry, Dai. It wasn't my intention at all.
You're lucky I'm in a good mood today. I forgive you.
Thanks, Dai. So, why are you in a good mood?
I'm glad you asked. I'm just so happy that I have the greatest job in the universe. I couldn't be more excited for today's game. I think this has to be my magnum opus.
Loving your work does make things easier.
That it does. Now the reason I'm here. Drum roll. You are not the father.
What? Whose father?
Sorry. I've been watching some vintage reality TV in my spare time.
You have enough spare time to watch TV? Shouldn't you be planning new and gruesome ways to kill us all?
I'm not going to dignify that with an answer. I think you've glossed over the important part. You aren't the vampire.
Okay, that's good, I guess.
Is it? Myself, I would much rather be the vampire.
Just so you can kill people?
Oh, you know me so well.
A sigh of relief. I had dodged a bullet there. There was no way that being the vampire was a good thing in this game. Dai yawned audibly, clearly trying to tell me that she was bored with me now.
Well, this was pleasant. Be seeing you.
Dai vanished as her hand was halfway to her mouth to stifle yet another yawn. Moments later, I heard her through the ship's PA system.
Everyone has now been allocated their role. The first round will begin at 9 a.m. sharp. You have just under 2 hours to mingle and scheme. Eee, this is so exciting!
Guess no one's cutting me a break. First the pocket watch and now the deletion game. The deletion game was certainly a more pressing matter and required my immediate focus. I placed the pocket watch back on the bedside table and put it out of my mind for the time being. So, to win I need to make the most human babies. I didn't want to win if Kimi didn't have an equally good chance to. We both needed to survive this game together. At the very least, she needs to not have created the fewest babies. I decided that I should discuss a few plans of attack with Kimiko, but it seemed that she had similar ideas as I ran to head down the hallway from my room.
I was just coming to speak with you.
Great minds think alike, it seems. She blustered the concept that I was also seeking her out.
Turn around. We need to speak in private.
Inclined my head and led the way back. Sitting down on the couch, Kimiko lost no time in getting straight to the issue at hand.
I have been named the vampire.
My heart's plummeted. This was not good news. To be the vampire meant 1 versus 6. There were no odds I felt confident about.
And I want you to be my Clyde.
Kimi. Her usual rock-solid composure was starting to fray around the edges.
If we are on opposite teams, the chances are that one of us will die. I don't ever want to be without you again. I have always had a purpose in one way or another, but now, my life has meaning.
Oh, Kimi.
So, will you partner with me?
Nachdem das beim letzten Mal ja, natürlich. Die Nein-Variante ist schrecklich. You and me against the world.
Is that a yes?
Would rather die by your side than live in a world that doesn't have you in it. Kimiko leapt into my arms, tears flying.
We will win. When we work together, I know we can.
Even if we don't, my last moments will be with you. That's all I care about. Kimiko's eyes locked with mine, and I knew that I had made the right decision when I saw a fierce fire lit within them.
Thank you. I do not know how I can ever repay you.
She hugged me tightly, and I clung onto her like my life depended on it. Pulling out of the hug, she swiftly reverted back to the role of the staunch, unwavering captain.
I must return to the bridge. We do not want to garner suspicion.
We certainly wouldn't want anyone knowing that we were lovers.
I meant in regards to the deletion game, but I guess that too.
Kimiko gave me a heart-melting smile before she returned to her duties. The game was beginning in the next hour or so, and I really needed to get in the right headspace. I decided to have a cold shower to shock me awake so I could focus on how to keep myself and Kimiko alive. Upon arrival, I saw a light reflecting off the bathroom tiles. I turned around and a very strange sight greeted me. Ah. Dai?
Oh, hey!
What exactly are you doing?
What does it look like I'm doing?
Washing your hair?
So why ask? You can clearly see what I'm doing.
I guess, but you know, you don't really need to.
How do you think my hair has such a glossy shine? A girl needs to take care of herself.
It's very glossy. Some would even say lustrous.
And this is why I worked so hard. The prize gets me every time.
Well, you do always look good, Dai. Never seen you look less than your absolute best.
No, stop it. You're making me blush. Let me finish my hair. I'll be with you in just a moment.
I turned away for a few seconds.
Ta-da! How do I look?
As ravishing as usual. Dai bobbed up and down in pure pleasure at my response.
Now, the reason I'm here.
Isn't it to wash your hair?
That was a happy side effect. Now, a little birdie tells me that you and the captain are vampires.
Well, you do run the game, so that makes sense.
Well, I want you to win.
What? Why?
Let's just say that I like you, so I want you to win.
If you don't want to kill me, why not just call off the game entirely?
It's not quite that simple.
How is I...
I said, it's not that simple.
Dai shook off a sudden burst of anger, regaining her composure.
In round 2, I suggest that you breed with Melody.
Why would I do that?
She'd be by far the easiest to convince.
She's only a child.
And, as it currently stands, also the most unnecessary crew member.
Dai, I can't do that.
You must win!
Look, of course I want to win, but I'm not going to sentence Melody to death in order to do so.
Fine. Enjoy the afterlife.
Dai threw her hands up in exasperation, vanishing on the spot. I remembered the reason I had come to the baths in the first place. I knew that the frigid embrace of the cold shower wasn't the reason I was shuddering. It was the thought of sacrificing Melody that made me really shiver. As I finished up, Doy's voice came over the ship's PA.
Good morning, my Randy crew. The time has come for you to spread your seed, share the fruit of your loins, sow your fertile oats. Well, you get the picture. If everyone could please report to the hallway outside the dining hall and form an orderly queue, it's time to get down and dirty.
Down and dirty, and just finished my shower too. I sigh as I pulled on my clothes and trudged to the dining hall as instructed. I was among the last to arrive.
It's about time. Not that eager to become a father?
Yeah, let's just get this over with, Dai.
Wow, the attitude. I feel sorry for your future children.
Yes, Di, we get it. He would make a terrible father and husband. Can we get down to business?
Meow, Captain. You're the boss. Ahem. Welcome. Today's the day you all become proud parents, or the undead. Each round takes half an hour. Within that period, you and a single unique partner may enter the dining hall to breed. Once you have bred, please leave the hall so others may use the space. When the round comes to an end, I will announce the birth tally and round 2 will begin. After 3 rounds, the game will come to an end, along with someone's life. I just can't explain how much I love this game. I don't know if it's the death or the breeding, but this game makes me so excited. I'll be waiting inside the dining hall to join you together in your partnerships. Round 1 starts now. Toodles!
I leapt through the wall of the dining hall, looked around me and saw that the crew had already broke off into factions. Beatrix and Nicholas were together, of course, as was Shizuka and Katashi. Melody stood with them. I sighed in relief. She would be safe with them. Nicholas and Beatrix entered the dining hall just as the captain approached me.
Hello. Would you like to breed?
I looked around and saw the others watching over their shoulders at us, trying to catch a snippet of the conversation. Are you the vampire?
No, I am not. Are you?
Shook my head, perhaps a tad too vigorously, still trying to convince the others that this wasn't a pre-rehearsed.
Then, shall we?
I nodded. After Beatrix and Nicholas were done inside, Kimiko and I replaced them.
If it isn't the lovebirds we've all been waiting for.
I'd like to become a vampire. I will be Kimiko's partner in crime.
Captain, do you agree with this? You want me to make him a vampire?
The captain paused for a second, then nodded in agreement, resolution strong in her face.
So romantic. Alrighty, please place your hands on the terminal so I can get you two hitched.
Together we placed our hands on the terminals.
Congratulations! I now pronounce you Mr. and Mrs. Vampire. You may now suck the crew. Congratulations! I now pronounce you Mr. and Mrs. Vampire. You may now suck the crew.
I laughed dryly, without any really mirth. Thanks, Dai.
Good luck, you two. I'm so proud seeing my babies all grown up.
We left the dining hall with relief. Dai always managed to make the situation as awkward as possible. Katashi and Melody passed us on their way inside. We found a position by the wall to wait until the end of the round, and Shizuka immediately approached us.
Hey, Captain?
Hey.
Are either of you the vampire?
Who, me? No.
Captain?
No, I'm not.
Shizuka nodded, seemingly content with her response. She drifted off, looking like she was now scooping out another pair to interrogate. Melody burst out of the dining hall entrance, with a very exhausted-looking Katashi, dragged along by her hand.
I made a baby.
That's right. We both did.
I want to call mine Sprinkles.
Sprinkles isn't a real name, Melody.
Why not? Why is Melody okay, but not Sprinkles?
Katashi sighed, knowing it was impossible to argue with someone of her age.
Sprinkles is a beautiful name, dear.
Moments later, the first round came to a close.
Thank you all for participating in Vampire Children. Here are the results of round 1. Ta-da!
The results were pretty much what I expected them to be. 4 human babies were created, and 1 vampire children was created. Total human babies 4, vampire children 1.
Round 2 starts now!
Dai disappeared as I worked out our next plan of attack.
Sprinkles is one of them, right?
Yes, Melody. I will look after Sprinkles for you until the game is finished.
Oh, okay.
Now that round 2 had begun, I needed to make sure to breed in order to keep both Kimiko and me alive. The others were also milling around, contemplating who to breed with. Shizuka took Melody by the hand, leading her into the dining hall. From the looks of the rooms, I had 3 options. Nicholas stood with his sister. I hesitantly approached him, expecting residence from Beatrix. Nicholas, would you like to breed with me? Nicholas was intrigued by the simple question.
I might be the vampire. Now, why would you ask to breed without inquiring first?
Yeah, Sailor. You got a death wish?
Oh, okay. Well, if you're the vampire, I'll ask Katashi instead. I walked away, stopping when I heard Nicholas call me back.
Wait.
He had fallen for my bluff. Nicholas was never very good at reading people, considering how smart he was.
I apologize. I was unsure if you were the vampire, but now I am convinced it is Shizuka and Katashi.
Why would it be them?
It makes sense that the vampire would use Melody as easy initial prey. Katashi bred with Melody in round 1, knowing that she will go on to breed with 2 more people without arousing suspicion. I apologize. It makes sense that the vampire would use Melody as easy initial prey. Katashi bred with Melody in round 1, knowing that she will go on to breed with 2 more people without arousing suspicion.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Let us breed once Melody and Shizuka return.
I can't believe they're using Melody like that. It's disgusting.
Nicholas and I entered a minute later.
Oh, sorry. I wasn't expecting company.
Dai, we would like to breed.
Straight to business as always, eh, Nikki? It's one of your best characteristics. Please place your hands on the terminals provided to unite your genetic code.
Nicholas looked slightly uncomfortable as he did.
Congratulations! You have successfully created offspring. Woohoo! Even quicker than usual, eh, Nikki?
We left, wisely deciding not to engage Dai. Kimiko and Katashi brushed past us, quick to replace us inside.
Thank you again for another thrilling round. I will now display the results after round 2.
The results were displayed, and again, as expected. 2 human babies created, 2 vampire children created. Total human babies 6, vampire children 3.
Which starts now.
One more round, and everyone would be turned.
This game is starting to heat up. Ah, it's gonna be a great final round. I'm glad you finally arrived.
I dashed back to the dining hall. Uh-oh. Before I could even consider my next move, Shizuka addressed the whole group.
Can I please have everyone's attention?
We all turned to face Shizuka as she spoke.
I know who the vampire is.
What? How did she know?
He and the captain are both vampires.
Excuse me?
I'm really sorry about this, Captain. I know it's you and him.
What? We're not vampires.
Yes, you are.
Prove it.
Okay.
I racked my brain to try and imagine what her proof could be.
In the first round, 1 vampire child was created. That means that either Katashi and Melody, Beatrix and Nicholas, or you and the captain are the vampire pair. In round 2, 2 more vampire children were created.
So?
Only one of the couples had both people play again in round 2.
Oh, Shizuka. 300 IQ move. She was right. Damn, she was more onto it than she let on.
Which means that you and the captain have to be the vampires.
Shizuka addressed the crew en masse once more.
If you aren't the vampire, I am asking you to not breed this round, knowing that I will die if I'm wrong.
Putting your own life on the line to prove a point? I can respect that, Shizuka.
Very well. Neither my sister nor I will breed this round.
She nodded, clearly agreeing with this plan too.
2 children is already too much for me to handle.
She's got turned to the now despondent captain and me.
Sorry, guys. You lose.
The captain and I stood in stunned silence as our world crashed down around us. I poked her head around the door.
Really? No one's breeding? I know parenting is hard, but really?
No, Dai. We just know who the vampire is already.
Damn it, Shizuka. Stop ruining my games with your nerdy gamer logic.
Sorry, Dai. It's my only strength, so I'm going to use it.
I appealed to the rest of the crew.
So no one wants to breed?
No one stepped forward. I sighed with disappointment.
I guess that brings this game to its conclusion. Thank you for playing Vampire Children. Still my favorite game to date, despite stupid Shizuka ruining the ending. And as you know, here is the final score.
0 human babies created, 0 vampire children created. Total human babies 6, vampire children 3.
The vampire has lost.
Wait, vampire? Singular? Surely she meant vampires.
Congratulations! You've lost this round of the game, which means you've won an early exit from this ship.
What?
Sorry, Captain, but they were the vampire.
I know he was. I made him one!
I ignored the captain.
If you would, please do me the honor of spinning the wheel of fatalities.
Absolutely not!
Having a rough time there, Captain? First Yoshiki and now them.
I was the vampire!
Wasn't sure of exactly what was happening. Kimiko was right. She was the vampire. I just partnered with her.
Dai, I'm gonna have to agree with the captain on this one. I'm sure she is the main vampire, and he is Clyde.
Oh, and how do you figure that?
I asked her if she was the vampire, and she has a really obvious tell.
That's not proof at all, you know, Shizuka.
Kimiko lost her cool entirely. She was angrier than I ever thought possible.
Why are you not following your own rules?
So, jetzt bin ich mal gespannt, weil bei der Female Version sind wir jetzt ja hier, müssten wir hier reingeplatzt sein. Und als wir es alleine gespielt haben, ist nichts passiert, oder? Open Ending.
Are you accusing me of cheating?
Yes, I am. You're cheating! I should have lost! I did lose! Kill me!
What's going on here?
I'm sorry, but you won't be dying today.
Ah! Yes! Suddenly, the figure of a woman burst into the dining hall.
What's going on here? Beatrix?
Ah, wow, wir haben sogar hier eine Stimme.
Is that you?
You're alive?
You're a girl. An attractive girl.
What? Of course I am. The girl part, at least.
Wait, the voice sounded strangely familiar. Was that me? Kname Datte?
Yeah, and you are?
Kname Datte. The pocket watch worked.
This is great! We did it!
We definitely did it. I clasped the hand of my female doppelganger tightly, and we jumped gleefully in celebration. Kname Dattes? Yeah?
I hate to interrupt this beautiful moment you're having with yourself. It's just that I have a job to do, and as such, I have to kill you. Well, one of you at least. You lost the game?
Well, yeah. Kimiko and I were the vampires, but we failed to create enough vampire babies.
Wait, so Kimiko has to die as well?
See? Even the girl knows I'm supposed to die too.
I'm sorry, Capitan, but you're going to be disappointed.
I lost the game! They are your rules!
You want to die?
If dies, then I die too. As I should!
I thought back over the rules of vampire children. Wait, she's right. In a bony clad scenario, both should die in the event that they lose. Isn't that right, Dai? Dai seemed to be nervous for the first time ever.
I don't remember saying that.
But you did. What's wrong? Why don't you want to kill the captain?
That was never a rule.
But it was. Look. Pulled out my tablet and played the recording of Vampire Children explanation. Indeed, there it was. Why was Di lying? She was clearly disregarding her own rules, plain as day.
Enough!
I once had an ounce of respect for you, Di. At least you stuck to the rules before. But now?
You will die now!
You will have to kill me!
I watched myself walk into the dining hall for the second time in this many minutes. Wait, what? There were now 3 of me. Well, looks like I arrived in the nick of time.
What is this? Are you replicating yourself? I'm clearly not a replica. I'm much better looking.
Amen to that, sister.
I may look like a replica. In fact, I'm another version of Kaname Date. I look totally perplexed.
Stop this nonsense. I want an explanation.
How's this even possible? Very well, I do my best. The room fell silent, breath bated. After generations of research, I and countless other versions of myself have created a way to travel between dimensions.
So, you're living proof of the multiverse theory?
Correct.
What is the manner of your travel?
This is a very good question. In a multitude of dimensions across the multiverse, we've created the pocket watch.
This one?
The female version of me pulled the watch from her pocket. Correct. This watch is a quantum computer that is also an omnidirectional antenna.
Meaning it can send and receive information?
Yes, this allows the watcher to speak to each other. The watches to speak to each other. They are capable of breaking biological forms into raw data before transferring that data to the recipient watch, which then reassembles the biological form from the data in the dimension that it occupies.
How is that even possible?
Since humans first started researching genetics, it was only a matter of time until being able to break down the human body and brain into data. We aren't as complex as we all like to think. So how does the watch activate? 2 conditions must be met for the watches to start synchronizing. First, an identical watch must exist in another dimension, and second, you must be within range of a black hole.
A black hole? Why?
Okay, dieser Screen sieht gerade komplett bescheuert aus. Man redet mit seiner männlichen Version und seiner weiblichen Person als Drittperson. Black holes are the keystone of the watch design. The watches are able to transfer data via extremely high-frequency waves. You might know them as gamma rays. That sounds incredibly dangerous. Yes and no. My main point is that it can only connect to another watch if both are in the proximity of a black hole. So why a black hole? Because that is how dimensions may be connected. Think of an endless number of sheets of paper stacked on top of one another, unimaginably close but never touching. A black hole penetrates the paper, creating a small conduit between them. This watch allows the user to utilize that connection to stream the data that makes up the existence to another dimension.
So we're basically traveling through a black hole?
Not exactly. The data that compromises you does, but the physical form cannot. And that is why we don't suffer from the high doses of gamma radiation. Look like he hasn't traveled before. He nudged the female version of me, who laughed and gave him a knowing look. When recreated on the other side, you will feel nausea from the brief exposure to residual radiation, but this isn't life-threatening. Not as far as we can tell, anyway. I struggled to swallow the enormity of this revelation, and I could see that everyone else was having an equal hard time absorbing it too. The watch, the interdimensional travel. It was truly incredible. Radiation aside, my interference here should cause a dimensional branch. What do you mean? Are you familiar with the theory of... roll credits! Quantum suicide! Yeah, of course, but the rest of the crew probably isn't. Honestly, I was pretty rusty in the many worlds interpretation, but I didn't want to admit that. To myself? Allow me to explain then. At any point in time in which death is a possibility, a branch is created. One dimension in which you die, and one dimension in which you live. So, dimensions now exist that's branched from the deletion games we played in which I died? Correct. And other crew members, of course. Yay? That's the spirit. Now it would appear that I just interrupted your death sentence, which has caused a dimensional branch. Wait, so a version of me will still die? Well, yeah, I can't prevent your death, because even if I do, I don't fix that dimensional version in which you die, but rather create another branch. I will always die. A version of you, yes, but who knows? Maybe you're the version of you to reach quantum immortality. Or maybe I am. The male version of me laughed as if this was all a joke, but honestly, I was a little rattled.
Alrighty then. I know this is rather unprofessional of me, but I'm making an exception for this round.
Oh Gott, sie wird uns alle umbringen. What are you talking about?
Well, seeing as there are 3 of you, I'm going to kill all 3.
Ah, scheiße.
Looks like you won't be dying alone after all.
And I had almost completely forgotten. Do you have this issue in your dimension too? No, but I know how to access the system to put in the override code.
What? I will not allow this.
The dining hall is now in lockdown. Please may I have your Oh. Please may I have your tablet? I handed it to him. He swiped and tapped a few times before handing it back to me, fully connected to the ship's mainframe. Just type the override code in here and we can all head home. I don't know what it is. Well then, you may have just signed 3 death sentence at once. Huh. Oh, ich dachte, ich krieg wenigstens ein... Ich dachte, ich krieg wenigstens ein neues Artwork. So. Ich habe nachgeguckt, was das Passwort ist. Und... Also. Am Anfang natürlich, wir haben jetzt die 4 Codewörter gesehen. Ad astra per spera. Und wir haben dann die Information bekommen, dass es 5 Worte sind. Das System von Kimikos Mutter ist, Ayumu. Dachte ich, es würde mit ihrem Kosenamen zu tun haben. Ich habe jetzt aber gegoogelt. Und es ist einfach das Motto des Shits auf Englisch. Also ist es nicht Ad astra per spera Kimi, sondern wir sehen Through Hardship to the Stars. Dann schreibe ich mir das kurz auf. Hardships to the... Warte, ich sollte mal gucken, was passiert. Ne. Okay, doch das gleiche. tablet spewed out a code accepted screen. The system override was now initiated. Dai vanished from the room without a word. System override in effect. User authorization accepted. Please choose how to proceed. Looked down at the tablet and saw that I had one more choice to make. Please enter boot preference. If no choice is made, factory resetting will be adhered to. Oh. Was ist denn das jetzt? Okay, hier habe ich nichts. Nothing best been entered. Default factory setting will boot. Booting to factory resetting. Please wait while previous AI data is formatted. Suddenly the dining room fell into darkness. Neue Musik. The male version of me pointed at the female version. Well, this is my cue, and yours, to leave. He explained to her how to get back home, before saluting everyone in the ship and pressing the button himself. He, just like I, had done many times before, slowly deteriorated before my very eyes. The lights flickered back on. I slowly appeared in front of us all.
Good morning. I am AI model Everett 11037.
Aww. I? Sadness spread across Kimiko's face.
She's not I anymore. She's been reset.
I looked over at I, who looked no different than the I that I had come to know and trust. Everett 11037. Your name is I.
Are you the captain of this ship?
No, that would be me. Captain Kimiko Yukimori.
I turned back to me upon hearing Kimiko's words.
I must apologize, sir. Only the captain is authorized to give me a name.
Ah, shit.
Your name is I.
I bowed.
Very well. Good evening. My name is I. I am the Everett's AI system. I look forward to serving under Captain Yukimori and the mission's success.
Shizuka waved her hand in front of I, as if she were blind.
How may I help you?
What is my favorite game?
Do you have time for games? Should you not be working towards the mission's goal?
Shizuka faced winced in grief, as did the others. I was there when each of them were born, and now the old I was, lack of better word, dead. The crew were grieving the loss of their crew member. Even the Vogel seemed distressed.
And who might this be?
Melody's eyes filled with tears.
Why don't you remember me? It's me, Melody. Melody? That is a pretty name.
Melody just started crying, unable to comprehend the situation.
I am truly sorry if I have caused any discomfort. How should I proceed, Captain?
Please do not concern yourself with it, I. We will all just need some time to readjust to the new you.
Captain, am I correct to assume that this means there's no longer a Dai?
The captain nodded.
Wait. Dai is dead?
Yes. By reformatting I, we have erased the orders that resulted in the formation of Dai.
Beatrix suddenly jumped excitedly, hugging her brother tightly.
Brother, this is fantastic news.
Yes, Beatrix, it is.
Melody stopped crying once she saw all the happy commotion.
No one else has to play Dai's games?
Not anymore. He saved us all.
Melody looked up at me with awe, her eyes still puffy from crying.
Monkey, you saved me?
I nodded and attempted to be as modest as possible. Guess I kinda did. Melody launched at me, wrapping her arms around my legs.
Thank you, Monkey!
Beatrix pulled herself off her brother to address me.
Better late than never, I guess.
She smiled while cocking her eyebrow in jest.
I would have liked to still have a father, but I am thankful to still have a brother.
Nicholas straightened his glasses.
I believe what my dear sister is struggling to verbalize is... Thank you.
Katashi chuckled at Nicholas' explanation.
I guess I too am thankful, kiddo. But I'll repay you in ways you could only dream about.
Money?
Cake.
Katashi screwed his face up in confusion at my answer.
Money? We're on a spaceship. Who has or uses money?
The entire crew began laughing, a sight I'd never seen before. It was like all the tension, all the fear that I woke up 2 weeks ago melted away in an instant.
We all owe you so much.
Aww.
Yeah, good game. Well played.
GG, well played.
And now, with your parents' research and the Watch's potential realized, we have also managed to solve our resource crisis.
Kimiko was right. For our problem solved, we had best turn our attention to our original mission, and one that I am now a part of, to find a suitable home for the future human race.
Now to complete our mission.
Kimiko reached for my hand, taking it in hers and squeezing it tightly.
Together.
Aww. Alright, let's try this on. You ready?
Yes.
Good luck.
I held the pocket watch tightly in my grasp as I once again pressed the button. Life form detected. Life support re-engaged. Hello? Oh Gott, das ist ein leeres Ship. Within moments, Kimiko appeared behind me. Are you okay?
Yes, fine. Thank you.
Let's see if anyone is home. Kimiko and I walked the hallways cautiously, finding no sign of life. Most of the food doesn't appear spoiled. Whatever went wrong here must have only happened recently.
Come quick!
Uh-oh. I heard Kimiko call for me from the dining room. I sprinted as quickly as I could. Ah, shit. We
didn't make it this time.
wonder what happened here.
The life support systems re-engaged once we arrived, so I don't believe it was a fault in the ship's systems.
Were they poisoned?
Who would poison the entire crew?
I don't know.
Regardless, you may be correct. I don't see any cuts or signs of trauma.
Die Musik ist gerade komplett unpassend. For the entire crew to die at the dining table. Looking upon the cold, lifeless faces of the entire crew was incredibly unsettling.
Either way, as tragic as this means that we can collect resources without hurting anyone further.
Wie bringen wir es eigentlich zurück? Das verstehe ich gerade echt nicht. Guess you're right. Let's get what we can and get home quickly.
Agreed. I have no desire to keep the dead as company any longer than I need to.
Over the next 2 days we ship the Everett on dimension 36 of all resources possible.
Welcome home, you two.
Thank you, Nicholas.
Here.
Nicholas handed us both his recent invention, a chemical compound that helps with the nausea caused when traveling between realities.
Captain, I understand the importance of obtaining resources, but I have next to no research on the effects dimensional travels has on the body through continual exposure.
You can put your concerns to rest, Nicholas.
Oh?
We are done. I
appeared next to the captain swiftly.
Yes, Captain?
Given our recent contributions to the ship's resources, how are we faring?
Allow me to run a quick analysis. We now have sufficient resources to complete the mission with the original planned crew capacity. Max personnel at any one time, 77 persons.
We did it?
Yes, all crew can begin breeding as per mission protocols without concerns of resources or their management.
This is great news.
In fact, I would recommend that breeding procedures commence immediately to make up for lost time.
I stood stunned at the candid nature of Ai's last comment.
For natural conception purposes, the current crew members ovulating include
Solange sie nicht sagt, dass Melody dabei ist. The captain still appeared flabbergasted from Ai's comments when Nicholas swiftly stepped in.
Thank you, for your advice. I am sure the captain will take it under consideration as the mission progresses.
Yes, thank you, I. You are dismissed.
I bowed and excused herself from the room.
Well, if you will, please excuse me.
Nicholas swiftly excused himself. Aw, kan hij met dat, hè? Yeah?
How familiar are you with the ship's breeding procedures? Breeding is of vital importance to the mission, and therefore is compulsory.
Captain? Kimika smirked at me playfully.
You are to report to my quarters this evening at 19 o'clock sharp. I do not care for those who are tardy.
Yes, Captain. The captain ran her hand over my cheek gently.
Good boy.
Okay, ich will... Oh, das will ich als Subsound.
Good boy.
Ah.
Good boy.
Ah, baby. First ending. Motion Cherry. Oh, Unicorn's Revenge! Das sollten jetzt Kickstarters sein. Ja, das sind Kickstarters. Brad Schwartz, Carol Kruger, Camille. Sehr schön. It's like flavor throughout the years. Aww. Quantum immortality. Aww.
Honey, watch this. Sweetie, tell Daddy where we're going.
To the stars.
Aww. So, dann gehen wir mal kurz in den Punkt rein, wo... Ja, komm, wir setzen uns hier hin kurz. So, setzen wir uns mal kurz hier hin. Speichern. So. Damit haben wir schon mal ein Ende erreicht. Wir haben jetzt die Deactivation Code. Aber was ist jetzt das Boot-Sequenz? Hm. Hm. Okay. Okay, hier werden nur wirklich die Crew angezeigt. Das hat mich dann interessiert, ob dann noch mehr kommen. Ah. Ah, hier haben wir das. Das Christmas-Event. So, können wir das mal kurz lassen. Also, Achievement-mäßig fehlt noch ein bisschen was. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. Hier. After copious opportunities for you to die, you have made it to the end alive. Truly, congratulations. So. Das heißt, wir haben noch ein bisschen vor uns. Wir können überall den Override-Code eingeben. Und wir müssen wohl noch ein bisschen was herausfinden für diese 5 Punkte. Und ja. Dann werde ich mal für heute den Stream hier aufhören. Und gucken wir mal kurz, haben wir jemanden zu raiden? Ah ja. Twix ist online. Dann würde ich mal kurz hier rausgehen. Und dann raiden wir mal Twix. Habe ich ihn richtig geschrieben? Ja. So. Dann bis zum nächsten Mal und bye bye.